Listen to Chairman Togba Moba as he tells you why we're here, the overview, why we're here today in Banga.
Good morning to all. Honorable Minister, Madam Superintendent, Wedemina, President RPL, Jetty CEO, Firestone represented by Mr. Heaney, VJ from LAC, and Mr. Bright, former chairman of the Rubber Development Fund, Mr. Allen, and Mr. Winnie from CDA, Mr. Beza, former member of the board, and Mr. Major, and other farmers are present here. Fellow citizens, we have come to this conference as Mr. Kwali Polar-Strick. We had a retreat in Maigibi and asked ourselves, from the 60s, Liberia was in the rubbers on a world stage, a rubber producing country. Today, if you look on a website or any part of the world, you don't hear about Liberia. What have gone wrong? Dr. Dia, our special guests and delegations from Ivory Coast. We asked ourselves, what have gone wrong? We were able to put together a report that indeed we didn't have research, we didn't have engagement from processors to farmers, and RPL engagement with the farmers, and also education in the sectors. So what can we do? We decided to bring experts to tell us how, especially from Ivory Coast, because we were looking at Asia, but when we look in Malaysia, everywhere, they told all the experts in rubber right now, right next to your country, which is Ivory Coast. Because people are leaving from Brazil and Ethiopia to come to Ivory Coast to learn. So we were able to engage our very partner. The IT executive director and I, we visited Ivory Coast, and they have gone far. I will stand today, they are number 3 in the world when it comes to rubber. Because what we have not done right, why went wrong, we call this conference to be able to get to the stage that we can be able to improve the sectors. Because the government, I will still declare that, thank God the Minister of Agriculture is here, most of these sectors put more money to the economy than any other sectors, any other mining sectors. But it keeps declining. So we decided to hold a rubber conference, and based on the report that was published from the retreat, that indeed we need to bring on board experts to work with us in Liberia to be able to improve the sectors, and also our farmers in Liberia to be able to make money. Because you are just like 200 kilometers away from Liberia, you make more money on your farm, and Liberian here cannot make money on the same products. So we have come today, fellow farmers and Liberians and processors, this is what we agree. All the processors make a report in that, and we were there, we worked together. We need to know now, the processors and the farmers, we should be able to work together, and we should be at one. So from here onward, we should be able to improve the livelihood of the Liberian farmers. So we have come from the RDFI, a board, and very supporters like very Firestone, LAC, Jetty, Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Finance. We are all here, CDA, to be able to hold this conference and be able to come up with a clear agenda. How can we improve the rubber sector of Liberia? How farmers from Liberia can make money like other countries to be able to live better life. This is the overview of the program, and I thank you for you people coming. And from now on, we'll be able to work with the farmers and also to improve the sectors, and that tomorrow we can have a better wages for farmers and other actors in the industry. Thank you very much.
Madam Superintendent and members of the high table, our guest from Côte d'Ivoire here with us, our distinguished farmers, members of the Folk Estates, ladies and gentlemen. Before I say anything, let me join the superintendent to apologize to all of us, including our guests from Côte d'Ivoire, for the delay we had in starting this program. I know we had some little bit of issues with the organization, but I'm happy that we are all now seated at this opening ceremony. I bring you greetings from His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia, the master farmer of this country. Usually when I'm introduced as Minister of Agriculture, it rings to my mind that I'm actually not the Minister of Agriculture. It is the President who is the Minister of Agriculture, because you know what? He has been Minister in this country for this sector. He's oversaw this sector for years, producing results. And the conference here is his idea. I remember when he first appointed me, or before I even got appointed, in 2022, December, we were discussing the agriculture sector in this country, and the first thing that came to his mind was the rubber sector. How do we make it work? And in 2023, before his election, we had a couple of conversations, and rubber kept coming up. Meaning he holds it dearly to his heart. So when he appointed me as Minister of Agriculture, he gave me the mandate to ensure that this sector works. And this is the reason why we are having this conference. If you heard from the RDFR board chair, there was a retreat held in May of this year to plan this conference, because the conference is important for setting the path to the future of the rubber industry in this country. So let me, on behalf of the President, thank all of you for coming. And I can assure you that I will sit here for every minute of this conference to understand what will be discussed, so I will deliver the message to His Excellency the President, and I can call him the Minister of Agriculture, so he makes the right decision for how we move the sector forward. So sometimes I ask myself, why is rubber so important to His Excellency and this country's economy? Some of you know that we've had Firestone in Liberia since 1926, but that was not the birth of rubber in this country. Rubber was introduced to Liberia in 1906. And it was 20 years later that Firestone came to play a major role. And from 1926, when Firestone entered the rubber industry up to now, the truth of the matter is we've not seen much happening in our sector. It's not Firestone, but it is us as a country. We know in the earlier 50s, 60s, 70s, Firestone was the largest producer in the world. Firestone had the largest plantation in the world. Liberia had the largest plantation in the world. But do we say the same today? Even with Firestone, we know there are smallholder farmers who are also playing critical roles. People like you who sit here today. From the report that I have, we have more than 8,000 smallholder rubber farms in this country today operating. More than 8,000 smallholder rubber farmers in Liberia. These smallholder family farms are creating livelihood sources, not just for their family, but for those who work on these individual farms. These smallholder farmers are also generating income that contribute to the general economy of this country. So your interest becomes the interest of the government and the interest of His Excellency the President. That's why he wants us to make it right. But today, I always ask myself, with the long history we have of rubber in this country, are we performing at the level we should be performing? What is the state of rubber in Liberia today? I know we said rubber has been in Liberia since 1906, but in recent years, our productivity and national output of the sector has dropped dramatically. In 2023, the report we have says Liberia produced just 118,000 tons of rubber. We produce that amount, but we have processors in this country who want to add value to rubber, even though currently the value addition is not what we have. We got 5 major companies: Firestone, LAG, that is here today, Jetty Rubber, that is here today. We got the Lee Group, and we got the Nima Rubber that also does some processing. But the truth is, what is processed is not what we need on the market. The processing that is taking place is just TSR. They process this rubber to be used in other industries outside of Liberia. And I'm glad Jetty, who is one of the major players, told you by exporting our rubber out there, unprocessed rubber, we are exporting our jobs. We are actually exporting our jobs. But there is one thing that is of interest to me today. And you see our colleagues from Cote d'Ivoire are here. When I visited Cote d'Ivoire in April of this year, I became envious. Let me use the word envious of Cote d'Ivoire. Why? Because Cote d'Ivoire, the history of rubber in Cote d'Ivoire began in the 1940s. But Cote d'Ivoire actually started producing rubber in 1953. Maybe they will tell us. In 1953, Cote d'Ivoire started producing rubber. At that time, Liberia was far ahead. In 1961, Liberia produced 41,000 metric tons of rubber. Cote d'Ivoire produced just 82 tons in 1961. But come 2023, Liberia produced 118 metric tons. What did Cote d'Ivoire produce? 1.6 million tons of rubber. Cote d'Ivoire did that. What has happened? Even though we were the first to start, Cote d'Ivoire has overtaken us. And in fact, I was just reading a paper. I think Cote d'Ivoire now has overtaken. They were the third last year, but some of the people are telling me that Cote d'Ivoire has overtaken rubber production, the leading rubber producer now. If they are not the leading, they are the second. What happened? Liberia started first, 1906. Cote d'Ivoire started 40 years later. But today, Cote d'Ivoire has taken over. In Liberia today, we are talking about 5 processors. But the last time I was in Cote d'Ivoire, they told me they had 35 processors and they were increasing that 35 to 45. Cote d'Ivoire has 45 processors if what they say has happened. So you see, value addition is taking place in Cote d'Ivoire. They are increasing their production. We are not doing that. Today, if you walk in the streets, you will see rubber products, but no Liberian buys any rubber product that is produced locally from Liberian rubber. The rubber that we grow here is exported, and they produce rubber and bring it to us, and we buy it. I'm not sure that's the Liberia that we want. We have been the leaders. We initiated it, but we are far lagging behind. The only processed rubber product you see that you don't use is the TSR. That's why our major processors are producing. I'm glad Jetty stood and said, if we gave him a chance, he will produce something that we will buy on our market, produced locally from our locally produced Coplon, or the unprocessed rubber that we have. We'll take you to your word. And I know there are other processors who may want to enter in there and see Liberia producing the rubber materials that we can have, even the hand gloves, or even rubber band from the rubber that you smallholder farmers are producing, along with the ones that our concessionaires are producing. So, what kind of a future do we all hope for the Liberian rubber industry? For me, and this is the vision of the president, we want to be able to work with our concessionaires, the major players, Firestone, LAC. Now, Salala Raw Plantation is now managed by Jetty. Those are the major players we have here. We want to be able to work with these major players, to work with the smallholder farmer, because for me, my vision, and I think it aligns with the president's vision, is for Liberian rubber to be smallholder based now, smallholder based. If I had the chance, I would not approve any concessionaire that will come and want to establish that plantation. If anybody has the intention of coming to support or to do rubber business in Liberia, we will be advising them to work through smallholder, empower them to grow, they become the outgrower. Because sometimes the concession model has not been able to create the type of wealth that we want for our people. So this time around, we want the rubber industry to be smallholder based, driven by smallholder farmers who will now be supplying our major processors to add value to what we grow. So we will be working with our major concessionaires to ensure that they provide the improved crews that the smallholder farmers need to increase their productivity. They should also be able to work with you smallholder farmers to transfer some technology to you that will improve productivity of the sector. Because you smallholder farmers are creating jobs for us. You smallholder farmers are the ones that are supposed to create the wealth that we need to support the economy of this country. We also want to make sure that the RDFI, that is the Rubber Development Fund Incorporated, that is organizing this forum, we want them to be able to change the direction of how they do it. We want it to be smallholder based. We want them to be able to develop nurseries in the counties where they will give you improved planting materials that will help to increase your productivity. They are the ones that are supposed to be tapping into the innovations, giving improved crops to our smallholder farmers, working along with our concessionaires to make sure you, as the smallholder farmers, have access to what you need to grow. Of late, we've been hearing about environmental issues. We as a government will be supporting the concerns of our partners who are driving environmental issues, because the environment is everybody's concern, because it affects every one of us. But one thing we will not be pushing for, or I personally will not want to push for, will be a policy that will try to constrain you smallholders' ability to expand your farms to enable to generate income. So if there are any policies that will be banning your ability or constraining your ability to produce, we will have to discuss them better. But this is what we need to do. The focus of this administration will be to support value addition. I know Liberia developed the National Rubber Master Plan in 2008. That master plan called for value addition. You know, Liberia celebrated the 100th year of existence of rubber in Liberia in 2010. But the first 100 years of rubber existence in this country has been marked by just couple on production and exportation. The next 100 years of the history of Liberia rubber industry, when it is written, it should be marked by increase in value addition. The next 100 years should see Liberian rubber be transformed to products that Liberians can purchase on the Liberian market, made by industries that are based in Liberia. That will be what we'll be focusing on. We know there have been issues around the capacity of the processors to process. These 5 major processors that we talk about, they got existing plant capacity that cannot be met, because what we produce locally is not sufficient to feed our plants. So this controversy around executive orders that were released last year, executive order specifically 124, was actually meant to ensure that these plants that we already have, we have the raw material they need to be able to process. But some of you smallholder farmers who are our interests also expressed concern about unfair pricing. That concern was few. Some of the things that I heard was one institution, one entity was setting the price that they didn't favor you. So the president took interest in that. The Rubber Development Fund took interest in that. And at the board meeting here, there was a resolution that a price setting committee be set up. So, about a week ago, the president approved the National Rubber Pricing Committee. The key function of that committee would be to set the monthly price of rubber. And when that price is set, it will be communicated to all buyers, including the concessions. They are on the committee. That committee is comprised of the Ministry of Agriculture as the chair, the Ministry of Commerce as the co-chair, the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning as member, the Ministry of Justice as member, the National Investment Commission as member, the Rubber Development Fund, RDFI, is a member that will have a representative. We'll also have a representative from the Rubber Planter Association of Liberia, and the major concessions will be represented by Firestone. So Firestone is on the committee that will be setting the price for rubber monthly. So beginning the 1st of December, the price that will be announced by the National Rubber Pricing Committee. It is our expectation that the price that will emanate from that committee will meet the consensus of all committee members. This is why we have Firestone there. If a price is agreed upon by that committee and announced to the public, it is our expectation that every major actor in the rubber industry will accept that price and comply with it. That's our expectation. Why are we doing this? The president is concerned about you smallholder farmers getting fair price for your labor. The president is equally concerned about value addition in the industry. So because of these two concerns, he's thought to meet all of your interests. That's the reason why he will ensure that you all get fair prices. But we also have to be prepared to have the executive order in place that will ban the exportation of unprocessed rubber. Because by exporting unprocessed rubber, we are going to be exporting our jobs. So every interest group is represented. The smallholder farmers are represented by RPAL, right? The Rubber Planter Association of Liberia. That's a representation on our committee. For the concessions, the major player is Firestone. And we got consensus that Firestone should represent. So Firestone will be on the board. Our DFR is going to be having a representative that will also represent the major players. Because on the board, you have LAC sitting there, you got Jetty Rubber sitting there, you got Firestone sitting there, you have Nima Rubber sitting there, you got all of the major players on the board. So we will have them there bringing their view to the price setting scenario. So we thought to inform you on that. And I will close by saying the performance of the rubber industry in Liberia is not good for us all. And the intention of this government is to discover the problem that is making it not working and solve it. We want to see a future where the rubber industry will be a vibrant one because it remains the largest export earner in the agriculture sector. If we cannot get it work, we will not create the job we need for our people. We will not create the foreign exchange that we need to run this country. So as we sit here over the next, today and tomorrow, let every one of us, both smallholder producers, our concessionaires, and other major actors in the rubber industry, bring out our best and make the right suggestions that will guide the government in implementing the policy it has for the rubber industry. And let me just make this one clear again. We are going to be instituting the National Rubber Sector Steering Committee. That steering committee will be working along with the RDFI to ensure that the issues in the rubber sector are addressed and that smallholder farmers, concessionaires, and those into value addition will be able to operate in a way that they are efficient and profitable. I thank you all.
Honorable Tokpa Molba, former Deputy Speaker and Chairman RDF. Honorable Hawa Norris, Superintendent of
Bong County, our President of Rubber Planter Association, Mrs. Molba, my other colleagues sitting on the dais, and the farmers who make the rubber sector, smallholder, large farmers, and other invited guests, all protocol observed. First of all, I would like to thank the RDF, RPAL, and Minister of Agriculture for organizing this conference. Because I'm a new player into rubber. I came into rubber sector in 2023 when I started Jetty Rubber. Since my inception, because I have been involved since 2021, this is the first time we are having a national rubber conference. So I must extend all the persons my sincere thanks for organizing this. So it will show us where we are as a rubber producing and exporting country. Because we started producing rubber in early 1900s. It's almost over 100 years we started producing rubber. At one stage, we used to be among top 10. What has brought us? We are in the bottom 20s now. Currently, we have 6 processors in the country which makes TSR and they export it. And if you look at it, rubber is one of the commodity which brings the US dollar or export earning to the country, to Liberia, and increases the GDP of Liberia. When you export the couplums, it does not increase your GDP because it's not exported as rubber, is exported by a different means. If you look at another way too, rubber sector is the biggest job creation in the Liberia at the moment. The 6 producers plus the plantations, my guess is we take almost 20,000 jobs directly with the companies and the plantation. Then you have the smallholder farmers, then you have large farmers. They employ a bigger chunk of workforce. If you export rubber out of Liberia, which is couplums, you are not only exporting couplums, but you are exporting Liberian jobs. Maybe few people who are exporting it, they might be getting some profits, but if you look at it in the longer run, you are exporting Liberian jobs to Far East. If we have to create jobs, we have to understand what it requires. Right now, the price is very competitive in Liberia. So I urge the government and the relevant stakeholders, we should come with one voice out of this body even, that there should not be export of unprocessed rubber. Because if you do that, you are exporting Liberian jobs. And currently, government and everybody wants more of our brothers and sisters to get jobs here. Another major benefit of rubber is that we will lead into some sort of final product. Mr. Minister and other members on the dais and my farmers, I started this factory which I'm currently owning is a 5 tons capacity. I built this unit in 14 months. My other guests from Ivory Coast are sitting here. They can tell you cannot build a unit of 5 tons and operate in 14 months from beginning to end. If government supports me fully, I promise you in next 18 months, Liberia will produce medical and surgical rubber gloves. I will produce it. And if I get the support of the government and the farmers and the quantity required, I will be the first person to make tires in this country. It's not about profit. it's about bringing Liberia rubber in the international market. I'm challenging everybody just to support me. Give me the quantity of rubber I'm looking for, and I will do what I'm telling you. If I was looking for profit, I'm running 60. I should have left Liberia and started different business. But I said I wanted to do something unique, which nobody has ever done in Liberia, and I will do it. And I challenge, if I'm failed to do it, government can seize all my assets. But give me the support I'm looking for. So with these few words, you know, I always get emotional. And my brother Kohli was saying, you don't have to be living here. I'm living here for almost 40 years. And I tell people publicly, I'm an Indian by passport and a Liberian by heart. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk.
Yes, sir. Jete.
It's not a question to Mr. Allen. It's a comment. He mentioned about price for rubber based on Abidjan.
Yes, sir.
The Abidjan APROCOM formula, which is followed in Abidjan, is SICOM's average price of the month, 35% of that. Let me correct it, 35% of that. That is in Abidjan. Liberia is a little bit lower than Abidjan. Reasoning, when you are processing rubber, you have to pay the cost of electricity. In Abidjan, the cost of electricity is 11 cents or 12 cents a unit. Liberia, if you're getting electricity from the government, is 22 cents plus GST.
Double.
If you're producing with fuel oil is 47 cents a unit. Look at the major cost. Number one, that is the major difference. Secondly, the cost of daily wages in Abidjan and Liberia is a lot of difference. Number three, I don't want to clarify to everybody here because we should be transparent.
Yes.
Number three, the SICOM price when they quote is CIF or C&F. Cost and freight of that particular country, wherever you're shipping the rubber. You getting me?
Yeah.
From Abidjan or Ghana, the cost of shipment to Port Kelang, Malaysia is $540 a 20-feet container. From Liberia is $1,200 a container. So all those differences, when you add up, it has to be deducted from that 35%. So I'm very happy as a processor and a plantation owner that government of Liberia through Ministry of Agriculture has announced up a committee headed by the ministers and one of the processors. So they will determine the price and they will know what formula to use. Thank you very much.
All right. All right.
Thank you. I want to close. It's not intended to beat up on any of the actors. What I'm attempting to do is to explain why they do what they do.
Right.
Fatum, Kenya, as I say, to do Bene. They come to be NGO. They got to make a profit. If Liberian government won't do it una Bene, the Liberian government Bene Fatum got to do. So between the farm gate price and what Firestone need to send TSR to its factory, in accounting, the got something called transfer price mechanism. They will make sure that the price they play, they're getting it cheap, so they will make the profit over there. But I want the economy and the accounting. The SICOM price we're talking about, the SICOM price is an index, and the SICOM price itself is biased. It's biased because originally the price of rubber was set in New York long time ago when Firestone was Firestone in 1960. The price was set in New York. Right now, the price of rubber is set in Shanghai. And the index in Shanghai is biased. It's biased because of certain factors. We did two reports. There's one report we did for RPAL, RDFI, and we explain why the Seacom price is weighted and biased against the smallholders. The smallholder, the plant, when the price is good. By the 7-year time, it not come plenty supply on the market, then the price go down because too much supply. So it just boom and bust, boom and bust, boom and bust. The only way you make money is beside investing in upstream, you got to make money midstream and downstream. And that is what the Liberian government in its national security interest, its national economic interest, is to make sure that it diversifies its portfolio, to make sure that it invests all along the value chain, so that as it goes down, if it lose so, it wins so. It wins so, it lose so, it balances out. That's what we, as economic actors and economic managers, need to do for our country, not depend upon the process. So the process working how to do business. They will run their business.
But I support the moratorium. Why am I supporting it? Because when we are shipping our unprocessed rubber out, like Jetty and other speakers have been saying, we are also shipping labor out of the country. If, for example, you have 1 or 2 persons who have to do a specific job on that portion of the rubber, when it gets to the other country, 4 or 5 persons will be able to complete that task. And how will you say that people should take the unprocessed rubber, the quad lumps out of Liberia, when we have processors in the country? What do they depend on? So he said, "Mama, get up from my face. Dr. Nuda finished sending you in the field to be able to convince the farmer." I said, "No. He did not send me in the field." But I'm telling you the reality. Because several papers that we have read about this kind of venture, if you have a moratorium placed into order and you have processors, these processors will be able to get what? The necessary raw material and add value to the rubber that they want to process. Hello? Myself, I'm a smallholder farmer, right? But I support that. So that our country, when you go low, they say, "Oh, the other keto slipper came from China." Everybody wants to wear keto slipper from China. Who said we can't produce it here? The chairs we are sitting in, who produced them? I think Ivory Coast, right? The gobele we are using there, it came from Ivory Coast because I see Duraplast written on it. We can do the same thing here. That RDF worked with LRA for issuance of TIN to smallholder farmers. What is the TIN? The tax identification number. Hello? How many smallholder farmers here that LRA knows you? Aha. Mr. Allen, right? Says, who else again? In this room that we're supposed to be almost 150 persons, only a few that LRA knows as taxpayers. But we produce rubber. We sell it to LAG. We sell it to Firestone. But I cannot knock my chest that I'm paying taxes to the government. So, LRA people, you're here. Please try, let us work out with RDFI so that we can be able to bring the farmers together. That we issue them tax identification number. Tomorrow I can knock my chest. They wrote a bill over there, I contributed to the road because I pay taxes and they use it for road development. Hello? And develop a natural rubber research institute for the development of climate adaptable clones, high yielding and disease resistant. Kari is here. I got some of my brothers from Kari. If you go there, we are not doing that. We have the partnership with Kari and other institutions out, like Cote d'Ivoire right now, so that we can develop our own rubber research institute. And Dr. Nutat and his team did extremely well when it comes to the rubber, the National Agricultural Development Plan. What I'm just talking about is also captured in there. When we work on that, and we have clones that have been developed in Liberia that are adaptable to our climate, that we can say, okay, because remember now, the rubber is also a mitigating factor in climate smart activities. When you talk about climate change, rubber also plays a very vital role. So let us think about doing that. so that we can have our own rubber research institute. Whereby when we were in AIU, they say Botanical Garden of Firestone. Is it still that? Senior? Mr. Cabo, do you still have your botanical garden? Huh? No. So every clone we are breaking here into Liberia, we're breaking them from other countries. As a result, when we plant them, and we have small wind that are blowing through, almost all of the rubber farms will be knocked down in less than no time. So I want to say thank you to Rubber Development Fund Incorporated for the opportunity that it gave us to be able to share this little insight. I think we can discuss and be able to develop our own rubber sector. Liberia, we're too old to be to where we are. The money that is in the rubber sector is too huge. One time I was reading an article from Malaysia, and Malaysia is trying, what we say we're developing quota here, right? Malaysia is trying to develop, road that is going to be made out of rubber, so that during the flood, they will not have problem for the road to start breaking up. When rubber price was very good, at the time I said plenty of rubber, one time I was giving Mr. Hine a hard time. I said, you got to give me farmer's identification number. Farmer's number. And they were able to give him a number. But I said, I planted rubber in less than not on the price now for. The thing was planted, so no more use again. When we used to carry the truck to fire station, it was sleep there. 2 days, they can't weigh a rubber. They say plenty of water stay in the rubber, right? All what we are saying, the previous speakers have said, is just what I'm echoing. So thank you ever so much. Maybe if you have other thing for the discuss, we can go ahead.
All right. You listen to the man, Yene, Austin. Austin Yene. No need to repeat. Rubber is important. That's what he came to talk about. But he said it in a way for us. He said that rubber sent him to school, pay his way into college. All his children, he lived on rubber. He still lives on it. And that's what you own. And so, what other importance can anything have? The whole essence of what we own are to live. So a rubber made you to live. I don't know what bigger importance will surpass that. Thank you, Austin Yene. Austin said, if this is so important, if the woman is so fine that everybody wants it, wants her, but you can't put clothes on the woman, you dress the woman. And the way to dress it is what we've been hearing all through the day. Electricity. Power is a big need. Let's put some pressure on our government to bring power. Unless we do, we're going around the cycle. Nobody is going to ground rubber with their hand here. So it's very important. Thank you. JT said it. We're buying fuel oil. We're buying fuel. It's not easy. I sell water until I deployed solar in my system. I used to burn like 20, 30 gallons of fuel a day. When I thought about the solar, it took me a good bit of money from the start, but I don't spend a dime on fuel anymore. My profit is coming. I'm paying for the solar. I got a great return in 2 years, in 3 years. This is very important. We're happy minister is here. Let's all fight to put the power grid on. Let it work. So yeah, Austin, there question for him. Or suggestion, now only question. Suggestion, question for Austin. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man from the back. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, come close to it. All right.
My name is Henry Lake.
Okay, Lake.
from Margibi. I represent,
Talk loud, we can't hear you.
I say I represent Mr. Zizi Farm in Margibi.
Okay.
I want to find out, I want to know. He said fumic and sulfuric acid, fumic is more preferable than sulfuric. I want to know why.
All right. What's the difference between sulfuric and the other one he called it?
Hello?
Hi.
Like I told you earlier, right? If you go into the chemistry, if you start to use sulfuric acid on your rubber, your own health, you will start to develop problems from the beginning. You will develop some health issues. And not only that, the machines that are being used in the rubber industry, they will start becoming corroded very fast. Even the cars that you use to transport your cobblum to the factory, they start getting rusty. That's why we advise our farmers to use the formic acid.
It's too strong. It will spoil your hand. Don't use it. If you don't have it, it's too bad. But if you have to choose between the other one and what you're talking about, choose the one. The men are expert. That's what he's telling you.
Thank you.
Yeah? Thank you. Anybody? Yes. Come, please.
Let me start by saying thank you to Mr. Jene for his presentation.
Yeah.
But I want to believe that his and our first presenter are almost intertwined, and most of the things are, So let me start by saying, Mr. Jene was discussing I don't know in what part of the country he did his research, but I'm so disappointed if there's anybody in Liberia that is still tapping 200 or 250 trees per tax. That's a waste of labor. It means some of the information that we already have back in Grand Bassel and other part of rubber developing areas in the country are not spread along here. So everybody not following the same standard. And on this information, I believe we should draw a cue from it and make sure we have a standard. RPAL, RDFI should, cut a clause so that we can have a standard, even if it is local or industrial plantation. We should have a standard. I'm setting my basis. Then I'll ask my question.
My man?
Yeah,
man.
Poor Clune.
Okay, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, Mr. Jene also mentioned.
And I only one question.
Planting material.
Yeah.
Planting material, especially amongst smallholders, is a serious problem.
Okay.
Like you mentioned. Planting seeding, I think it should be phased out by now. With our big partners, like the processors, and all the knowledgeable people in the rubber industry, I think we are too educated in rubber in Liberia now for people to be planting seeding. And planting of seeding does not just affect the rubber production, but you also have a land grabbing phase. You need more land to plant seeding to be able to produce X amount of ton than the land you need to produce 1 ton of improved rubber. That's what I'm drafting at. We have to look at the planting material, the planting material option in this direction. So thank you, Mr. Jene, and my question is, if the government...
No, sorry. You forfeited your right to question now. There are 2 points. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Colley, excuse me, Mr. Colley.
Yes.
Yeah, back here.
Respond to him, please.
Excuse me, sir, your name?
Morris
Nessian. Right now, I normally tell those of us in the rubber sector or in the agriculture sector, we have to learn to make agriculture very sexy. Have you heard that before? We must make agriculture sexy.
What do you mean?
Right now, to get tappers in this country is very difficult. Most of us who live in rural Liberia, when somebody said today I came from Firestone, I came from Lag, and that person is a retiree from Firestone or Lag, these are the people we want to also work with. because we know very well there is some level of standard that they have been practicing along the line. In our private farms, to get farmers to tap is difficult. So they will tell you, say, me, I can't make it to tap the 500 trees you talk about. Even the Great Firestone and LAC, they themselves are fighting to ensure that tappers finish the 500 or 750 trees, depending on the age of the rubber.
And so what now?
So we tried as much as possible to incorporate them and talk to these farmers so that they can work on our behalf.
So how do you make the business sexy now? You haven't said.
Making the business sexy.
Uh-huh.
How many of you here want to go into agriculture? Agriculture is a dirty job. I don't want to be there. But if tomorrow morning, Firestone or LAG or Wheeler or wherever, they brought tractors. They said we have trained people into tractors driving or tractor operation. And you see that lady getting on the tractor and well equipped. And she finds her livelihood through that. Her friends will say, look at this morning, I saw Hawa get on the tractor. Look at the jeans I was on Hawa. Look at the boots I was on Hawa. I want to be like Hawa. They see where they go to Douala to buy all those sexy jeans. Hawa is buying her own, but she's using it in a different industry. So we're making agriculture sexy.
In short, treat your workers fairly. That's all he's trying to say. Somebody had their hand up. Somebody was here before you. I think that you. Yeah, that I man. I come in there. Remember, come. Remember that 6 people were taken at the third man there. Women, you enter on they want you. They say you're hard to pay.
All right. Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm Stephen A. Gui, a smallholder farmer from Bonkane, precisely Toyota.
Okay, Steve.
Okay, I like the explanation about the RDF and RPL. But what for us as small farmers, we have not been benefiting the RDF and RPL, and all of us are paying tax. All of us are paying the due of RPL and RDF. So you must look at that direction so that we all can benefit, get the impact. That's it.
Strong point.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
It's Mr. William Johnson here. I was in his office the other day. I said, look, myself, I'm a smallholder farmer. But I like the step. This is a forum that has been organized. That's one way we are going to benefit now.
Yeah.
Because what we're saying here, we got to put it on paper and we make sure to implement it. All around the rubber belt of Liberia, our DFR, we can work together to develop our nurseries for our people.
Strong point. Yes, sir. After you, that man, and then we'll shut this session down.
Okay,
Any talk today?
Harris F. Bemba Senior, board member RPAL. I heard a speaker asking farmers who know LRA or who LRA knows. Okay, and also coming up with the team card. But my question is, every farmer here, I believe they are paying money to LRA through the raw sale tax, the 4%. But then we don't have a team card, and we don't have any document from LRA through the processors to show that we are paying 4% as a raw sale tax. So if we have the LRA here, I wanted to address that. Why if we are paying 4% to LRA, there's no document from them, and we do not even know us, we don't have a team card.
That's a strong question. I hope they will have answer this time. You remember we were at Firestone, Magibi? The same thing came out, you didn't have answer. Today you get answer, eh? That's a strong point. How are they even taking the money without a tin? On what basis? Are they taking your money without a number? It's the number that says you are a farmer. That's what it should be. My NGO, for example, is a tin number I pay my tax on. So I don't understand how that is
our PL, our DFI give benefit then. Right now, the new reform, the past 6 years, if you pass Kakatan on your left-hand side, you have a new office there. We have a coordinators in the various county, 15 county, and we have an extension.
Oh, you mean that big house? There's a huge building there?
Yes.
That y'all?
That's all. That's our PL.
I've been asking who get that kind of hell of a house. Okay.
So, we are turning our farmers. The extension officers are visiting across the Roa Belt, and we will extend throughout the 15 county. And what we are telling our farmer right now, we are engaging in this kind of training. The GBNRS is right now in Liberia. We host our first program 2022, 2023. We are members. And let me say this. Some of the things that they need to know is what's happening now. To hold a rubber conference to bring our veteran expert, Firestone, and we work with Firestone, and also our extensions officer being paid. And let me say this. Beside that, the first interventions was our PAL together with Firestone having borewood nurseries across this country. And also our DFIs put a new additional nursery. Because what we are telling them is that sealing will not help you. And some of the people call me and say, oh, can I come for money? We say, look, right now, we are in the business to make sure we have agriculture bank to be able to get soft loan, but we need to improve the crew and also your market. Like right now, some of the things we are doing is that to provide the fair market price. Like today, the ministers said in his speech, we have come on board to reform the whole sector. It has been dumbing. So what we are telling the farmers now, our PL, and some of the things that we are going to do come 2020 next year is that giving the information through radio and through extension officers and local community radio will be able to tell them what we are doing because they need to know. And also, if we can be able to train them how to be able to do rural farming, not to waste land like the gentleman from Grand Bassa. Because some of the things you look at is like most of the land across this country is being wasted through sealing, low yield, and everyone all here. We are some of the big farmers here. All of us, we are affected. Like with me, some part of my farm by 2028 I had to cut it down because the crew that there it don't produce. But because the price of rubber was high, so I said I want to plant rubber. So I just grab any crew you give me, I put it down. So today we are seeing we have to work with the biggest our DFI to bring people in the sector to train our farmers. And every day we are telling our farm on the radio, anytime before you go ahead and plant a rubber, call us. Because GPNRS will guide you. Because if you didn't do that, maybe in the future your children then will not be able to sell your products. Because we are working on all these fronts. And our farmer need to know that. We have, the past 6 years, they're different RPA, different RDF. RDF has just been in existence 2018 March. So what we have to tell them is that there are a lot up there we are doing, but it's about now to inform the farmers. Like the RPA ID card program, it has been covered of several counties now. That we gave the farmer ID card to identify them and any other issues you got, or giving up like the 2022, 23. We gave farmers high yield border stump, high yield border stump that were free. We pay for it, we gave it to them. And now, after the conference, we had to work with all our farmers through cooperatives. Because you got the 48 or 60,000 farmers across, you will never be able to get to every one of them at once. But if they are in group, you can deal with them and you can help them. So they have to be able to, any information, you come to our PA, our DFI will be able to give you that information. We are very open, and every now and then we make financial report, and we are open. Any information you need, we have to give you. We will give you more benefit for what you pay for than ever before. For now, the new reform will bring in. Thank you.
All right, LRA. Team number, man. Team number. The LRA can respond to that thing a little bit. LRA. Madam President, you got to wait. LRA. What happened? The number in the computer? But you're kind of, yeah, LRA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm James Sagan from the Natural Resource Tax Division at the Liberia Revenue Authority. That division is responsible to administer taxation in the natural resources sector of our country. That includes the agriculture sector that we are talking about today. And specifically, we're talking about rubber. Now, sometime this year, to be specific, in May, the RDFI had a meeting in Magibi, somebody talked about it, at the Ambassador Hotel. Specifically, they asked LRA to discuss this issue. I don't know the person who asked the question, whether they were present at that meeting, but specifically, they asked us to do a presentation on how to ensure that taxes paid by and on behalf of farmers are attributed to the farmer's account or tax account in LRA. Because that was an issue. Many of the smallholders were concerned because they are in small tax category. So we did a presentation. I just went to the specific bullet points that we gave. There are so many, but I'll just talk about them. I will just talk about two. What we said, and we still say, is that when you sell to the processors, each of the small farmers do sell to processors, right? The processors are in a large tax category. They remit your taxes to the government. So when you're selling to them, LRA is not present. But under the law, they are required to remit. They are withholding agents. So the first thing for you to get your taxes you pay to LRA through them, because if you are supposed to pay, say, you sell $100 for your product to them, right? They're supposed to take 4%. That is supposed to give you $96. But then it is understood that the product you sold to them is $100. So the $4, they're supposed to submit it to LRA, right? And that's why you want to make sure that that $4 is reflected in your account, that you don't want to pay it. And it's not the processor account for you to sit down there. Yeah. Fine. So what we told you was the first thing, you, the smallholders, you must do your business registration at the Liberia Business Registry. When you do that, they will give you tax identification number, which you call TIN. We found out that many people haven't even, they don't register. Two, when you sell into the processor, you should be able to submit that TIN number to the processor at that stage of the sale. And the processor will proceed to LRA and list all the names of people they bought from, and their taxes will be remitted. Now, if you don't submit your TIN to the man will come to LRA and pay
and
the money.
The question is, where is the TIN? Why are you not giving it to them? So or the TIN we're asking for? We understand all that.
Yeah, so
why haven't you given the TINs to the farmers? This is the question. Yes.
Every person with a tax obligation is required to obtain a TIN. Uh-huh. And the TIN has a process. Uh-huh. And the last time we met with this association, we informed them to contact their members and do the TIN registration. If you have issues, it's on our website. When you try to, you can do it by yourself. From your comfort, you just need to have access to the internet. When you go on the LETAS as an individual, you don't necessarily have to be a business. If you're a business, then it will be done through the business registry when you go to obtain your business registration certificate. However, if you're an individual, you can go on the website and apply for TIN. Setting in your comfort. The information that is required, you can present it through the medium required. And once you do that, you obtain a TIN and you get a TIN certificate.
What if this individual, illiterate, a farmer, has no access to any internet? How do I get my TIN from you?
That's why we said to the administration, through her, that we wanted to have a meeting with them where, because I remember sometime last year, we're in this very hall for the agriculture sector and we did TIN registration right here for people that were seated in the hall.
So since our May meeting, you don't see nobody?
No.
Okay, that's the problem. Thank you. Madam President, please come. Madam President, now what they say, when we met in May, we decided this. Why hasn't it happened?
We still had an issue.
Okay.
Because even for what they are saying, you have bulk of the farmers here, register and have TIN number. So we have this situation with the processors and that of the LRA. So most of, like me, I register, not only being in person, but I'm using myself as a case study. So we do have a TIN number because we have to register the farm as a business. Okay. So where I know of a lot of smallholder farmers here that have registered and also have TIN numbers. So if we do sell our rubber to Firestone, for instance, I do business both with Firestone and that of Jetty. So I have my business registrations and even with Firestone, with other agreement that we have gone through. But the collections that have to do with the tax payment is where the issue still lies. Sometimes Firestone will tell us, wherever I have to do the tax deductions, the information center is held with the LRA. LRA is a counter-claim situation that we still face and trying to be able to resolve this problem. It's something that the processors and the producer like us and that of the LRA should be processed on how the problem can be solved. Because if I pay my tax as a taxpayer, I cannot have that credit that I'm paying that tax. First, will give her all of the amount that they are deducting from us on a tax basis. I even went to LRA with this paper showing to LRA, yes, this is the numbers of tax I pay all the periods of time, but I cannot get a tax claim because the first one when I pay on my behalf. It is not directed on my TIN number.
What's your suggested way forward?
The suggested way forward is for us, the processors and the LRA. The amount of taxes that they're collecting from farmers that have registered, they should be able to take their TIN number that it will reflect on their TIN. Instead of it would be...
Okay, no back and forth on this. Hello, LRA? 1 minute. LRA? Madam President?
Yeah.
No back and forth on this.
No back and forth.
What we do, sir, I'm coming one, the Firestone?
Yeah. So Firestone know of that they can come.
They will come, but let me, okay, Firestone come, then we'll suggest one way forward.
So here's the situation that we face with.
We'll fix it. We need some meetings.
Hello? So on the issue of the tax.
Yeah, brother, you know.
The farmers and us have had, tete-a-tete on these issues.
Okay.
We go to farming communities. When we providing training, we explain these things. The issue of the tax, first, the processors, as she said, are just withholding agents. The withholding agent cannot issue you an official GOL receipt.
Right.
But for Firestone, when you sell rubber to Firestone, they issue you a check with a payment voucher that shows the quantity of rubber you received with all the deductions, the 4% deduction, the RPL, if you pay RPL, and the RDF. The tax, from my understanding, from my accounting and tax background, is that this tax is actually an advance payment.
Okay.
Because we're not supposed to pay tax on revenues. You are supposed to pay tax on profit. So the individual farmers, after paying this tax, are supposed to prepare a tax return annually, quarterly, or whatever. When you submit your tax return, you include the tax you paid. If the tax on this revenue, the 4%, exceeds your tax on profit, the government owes you money. Here the government does not give rebate, but I think they will give you credit. I think that's how the tax should work. So the the tax is an individual-based thing. Firestone will pay with the list. So if the farmer, prepares issues a tax return, I think this will this should help.
Correction, please. Okay. Not every taxpayer is required to file. He assuming that even the small taxpayer is supposed to be filing tax return, which is not so. A man who doing small business, he can be individual, or he can register as a small business. He is not compelled to file tax return. So what happens to that person tax? Now what we're saying is the simplest thing: get a tax identification number, give it to the processor, and make sure the processor, because you go to LRA, you didn't file your tax return, assuming you had a tax.
So, Mr. LRA.
Yeah, if it didn't go in the account, it will not be attributed to
Hello,
you.
sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Firestone,
So,
listen to me.
Yeah.
Let's fix it.
Yes.
I think all this one will not do any good for these people.
Yeah.
What we need to do, and we said it last, you need a meeting. You LRA processors, RDFR, RPAL, you need a meeting to find this common ground as to how these people get their things.
Sure.
That's what we need.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
For those who have TIN and Firestone use their TINs to file their returns, what the person or company needs to do is to submit a quarterly return. If you don't find the money that Firestone submitted in your account, let us know. Because once you submit the return, it's a form of saying, on a quarterly basis, sir, it is in your account. But for you to see
that
it.
is for what has been paid.
Yes.
This conference is about finding solution. I'm asking all of you right there, what do we do now so these people get their things? Big brother, you want to say something about that, please?
So what we do now is to work with their head, their leadership, find a day. Those who cannot go online to obtain TIN, find a place, and LRA will come there to
now
give
we got a
TIN.
deal.
Thank you.
Big brother, yeah, beside. Yeah, big brother, beside.
This team issue has been discussed on many occasions.
Yes.
And I personally have gone to LRA to get some light on this. But the problem here is we are paying taxes. Every ton of rubber, each farmer here pay $25 to Firestone, goes to government. $25 on a ton. I spend about $9,000 to $10,000 every year on tax. Now 4%. I got no record to show. I can't go to LRA and say, oh, I pay my tax and show my culture and they will listen to me.
No.
A process has to be set where Firestone, when they draw that money from you, they must mention your TIN number.
Exactly.
LRA.
Exactly.
LRA, you've been receiving this money, but how do you account for it? You give it to Firestone? Is that under Firestone tax? Benefits? That's my concern. You should be able to demand from the processor our TIN number. I will not receive any money from you here unless you bring the TIN number.
Yes.
That should be the way to work.
Yes.
And secondly, I want to talk to the speaker that we...
Hey, no gossip.
The last speaker...
This is the place to fix it.
The last speaker we had, he had a chart of there showing the export figure for the past years. In 2023, he had, I don't know, it was 50% of 2022. And I want to tell you that figure was wrong.
Okay.
It's not that the information he had was wrong, but the process in which those was on processed rubber. You saw all 2023, there was a huge quantity of export of unprocessed rubber. They were exporting the rubber on the wrong, or they were declaring something different than rubber.
Yeah.
They were not declaring rubber. Under the declaration, they had something separate from rubber. So that's why you saw the record drop by 50%. And is that the truth? The truth is that they didn't record all the records.
So that what the record saw, that what he reported, that what.
So like someone I was trying to
Put that mic down for the president.
So what all we are saying in terms of what RPA is doing and what the RDFI is doing and what the government is doing, we are on a crossroad and we are heading to a new point. You never had the occasion before. If you cannot see the gathering, it's for us to come together to brainstorm on how we can be able to strategize ideas to develop our sector. You can see the rubber, the National Agriculture Plan. Rubber is captured in it. And I tell you that the president is doing everything in the interest of agriculture, not leaving rubber behind. So we as a farmer, a lot of things that Honorable Topa have outlined on what we've been doing. We're now working with all of you smallholder farmers, grouping you into cooperative, and now you're going to see the CDA presentation that will be telling you the importance of CDA becoming a cooperative. These are things that we're doing to improve the rubber sector. We cannot do it overnight, but it's a process. So what the report that Mr. Besa talked of, that is the point where the government has to restrict the industry. Not only a free market, but we should be able to have a control process. I was talking about moratorium, but a lot of countries now, they have a law. If the market is open for rubber, we will be the victims. Instead of you be protected as a smallholder farmer that had a good atmosphere to do your business, then you start to do the business on a risk factors and a lot of things come in. You cannot be able to get what you are labor on over the periods of time. These are the importance of the moratorium coming in to be able to regulate the process to protect your interests. It's not only individual interests. So these are things that we're doing along with the government.
Sounds very good. Sounds very good. Yes, when you come to present, you will say all that. I want you, Madam President, to tell us after this conference, how long will it take for you to sit down on the tin acquisition? That's what I want.
Right?
After this conference.
After this conference, we're giving you our words of promise. Because with the tin aspect, it's a long thing that we've been on, over numbers of years. It has been a shaping, bling, just as you can see.
Yeah.
So we're going to work along with Firestone and that of the LRA boss. Because if we do go there, the amount that they collect from the processor, they should know where are the payers of the amount.
So do we expect a day preparation between you and LRA here, between you, so you can decide to meet after this conference?
We are sure that and we'll be able to get the update through our office. We will do that. We promise to do that.
Please do.
To resolve this, because we ourselves, we are affected. We cannot get tax clearance because we don't know where our taxes are going. So we will work on that, we promise. Thank you.
Please do that. Please do that. So we will expect you, Madam President, no more than 1 month for you to meet.
We will.
And work on this. I beg you. We heard it in May. We are hearing it again.
We promise.
Yes, sir. Yene, quickly.
Yes, I just want to provide some clarity concerning what Mr. Besa said.
Yeah.
The figure that you saw presented at $93 million, right? Or 93, that figure is accurate. The reason for which we had that figure was because of the monitoring that was placed. There was no traceability on the rubber that was leaving Liberia.
I agree with
People were not declaring what they were carrying.
What you saw is what you mentioned.
Yes,
I got that. Once it was not recorded, you can't blame the man. Omen Siawe is the last person on this session. Yes, sir. I've been trying you the last man on this session. Yeah. Honorable Siawe. Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Come closer to the mic so we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, okay. My reason of coming here is to report certain entities within the Republic of Liberia.
To report?
Yes, to the minister. I wanted to do it to the retreat, But I didn't see him again. So send he here, LRA here, somebody was here today representing Galeon, the Minister of Public Works. I want to report.
Public Works man here, talk along. Put your hand on let it oversee. Now you're coming to report.
That the loggers in the Republic of Liberia, the people who doing logging company work, the roads that we have, they don't maintain the road.
Okay, the loggers.
The loggers don't maintain the road, especially somewhere where the truck hit, they will send machine there. After that, they will move.
They go on with their stick.
And the pay soil, when their truck hit, they will dig that place. When they move the truck, they leave the hole there. Hello? In that case, I want to ask the Minister of Agriculture. He is responsible for the rubber and FDA. Under the FDA, we get a logo. What special interest in these people who exporting job? Because the round law, they say if they have
the unprocessed log,
the unprocessed one, we're going to increase more jobs in the country. But these people haul law up to August. And those roads, when they build it, right there, they can close the roadway. For me, I brought certain statistics here. The last week in October and November, I spent $5,000 to maintain road and transportation. I was doing that the same Mr. Siawe, facing the road, but how will I sit by? Nobody facing the road. The loggers no longer there because the representative from Riverside went and stopped Restore from bringing logs through that. That's how they stopped the logging on the road, but it was almost to September before they stopped it. And you ask that, I have not made 10 trips this year.
So what do you want them to do now? The government, the Ministry of Public Works.
The minister to get the information and start reporting somebody. Then he check on the logging company because when we were small, loggers used to stop.
I agree.
Holding law by July. You will never find them again. They will go in the bush, start cutting down the law. Until the end of October, then they will start moving their
So
truck.
what specifically do you want? The stop or the moment help maintain the road?
Let us come back to the old law. That by the beginning of rainy season, July,
they must stop.
You go in the bush and cut your law, and let the other people. Look, let me tell you, from Buchanan to La Junction, there are 4 machines there for like to send, continue out the rubber that they buy from us. Because if they don't sell, they cannot buy ours.
No.
To put in trucks. Because those trucks that the loggers there, some are 40 tons.
All right. Thank you.
So they need to stop them.
Yeah. Togolan, you think you got something to say about that? Yes. You got to say. Albert Togolan was sent by Minister Roland Diggs. So yes, Public Works Minister.
Yeah, we stand behind.
Yes, he coming to talk something there. Yes, sir. Albert?
Yes, good evening. So, road for us is one of the major things in our, development setting. So we take it very serious. Any citizen reporting issues that has to do with road, we take that as very crucial, and we take it as an important point. So I want to get a detail from him, the specifics, then we can take it from that point.
Good.
But of course, like you talk about the lockers, we'll be talking about FDA maybe. How do we collaborate to ensure that, the various agencies in government play the role that they should in order to maintain the road. So he and I will have more detailed discussion, but I want the specifics of the road he's talking about so we can continue from that point.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a good session on
the management of the CDA to extend
Greetings to the organizer of this conference. We think this conference is one of the best ways to go along. Since this morning, we've been talking about the history of the rural farming system in Liberia. We've been talking about the data, the numbers, the big money names, the experiences. But yesterday, we sitting over there, the smallholder rural farmers, we still remain the same way we are. No doubt we can't compare ourselves with the big guys. That's a wise saying that all fingers not equal. So the CDA come here to talk to you. Maybe how can we better up the system using the group approach? Because if you can't get to everybody at the same time, maybe a little smaller faction, you can be able to get more data that will impact the life and progress of the rubber farmers. On that note, we come to talk to you on the topic, the basic step in transforming smallholder rubber farmers into cooperative. We also look at the benefit that you as smallholders stand to get, and even your host communities. Not just to put you in cooperative, but what will change your life and the community. The minister told us this morning about 8,000, over 8,000 plus. Other school authorities saying so many numbers. What the best way that we can reach the target number so that they need a job, they need a money, the change in our life, the change in the rubber sector can be realized. So we think cooperative will be one of the ways to do it. So with that, I will talk to you on the online, few onlines. We will, just for the purpose of talking to you, we may look at the definition of cooperative just for the purpose of a changing view. We will also look at this cooperative we're talking about. Why would you form cooperative? We'll also talk to you on how to form cooperative, just in 1 or 2, 3 minutes. If we do that, then we'll see ourselves the way to success. You will see it yourself. We'll also show you some pictures. If we work together in cooperative, how sometime our rural farm will look like. We'll also tell you the basic steps from your level of smallholder rubber farmers to coming up to cooperative. What are those steps required? Like we said, we'll talk to you the benefit, the challenges, and some of the results. With that said and done, definitional framework, just by virtue of just talking together, and we appreciate if I talk to you, you talk to me. So over there we said, what is cooperative? We all can see. And generally cooperative is, in a nutshell, group working together. But few key words. That's autonomous association of pricing. It has to be a group of people voluntarily accepting to work together. One of the good things in cooperative, nobody forces you to get there. You get there to make sure that your money matters, the social needs, everybody will benefit it democratically. No one person comes to say, no, I'm the big man, I'm the master, and you get this and you get small. Cooperative, the more you put in, the more you get. So in a nutshell, I would say, hand put in, hand take it. If you're not a member of it, you can't get some of our benefit. So with this definition, let's look at this photo. This photo is telling us some of the problems that the smallholder rubber farmers are currently facing. You can see there vividly and tell me. There's conflict between the two animals. Don't we see it? Hello? Two animals are over there. One going this way, the other one going this way. And in front of them, you see some support level. The development partners are here to help us. But we as smallholder rubber farmers It appears like we got conflict among ourselves, just like the two animals. And the more we can resolve that conflict, they will not give us the support. Yes, I feel that I got big rubber farm, so I should be able to get the support. But what about you that got small rubber farm? So according to cooperative, as we are making the trouble, the development partner will start to run away from us. Nobody wants to put in their money where there's conflict. So we come to advise you on number 4 here. The guys are saying the minute we continue the conflict, nobody will help us. Let's sit and resolve the problem. You see question by there, not so? So the guy, the small farmer, the big farmer, they're asking one another, what is the trouble among the smallholder rubber farmers? So the more they were able to resolve the conflict among themselves, they were able to come together to the partner to get the support. They were able to go together with the partner to get the support. And that's what they want you to be. When you work together with sincerity, honesty, nobody will be left behind. So this page is just to tell us where we are and where we can go tomorrow. So to respond to this question, this page is telling us it can help us to work together. From this point on to number 4, it tells us it enables us to live in peace with one another. If there's conflict among you people, will people get the needed support as the rubber farmers? Hello? When there's conflict among you, will you get the needed support? Mr. Ali and the other guy told us all the technology, all the support. See the kind of picture they were showing us. Only a few persons will get it because of conflict. So let's try to resolve the conflict so we can be able to get the requisite material that will help us improve our farming work. Look at this other picture again. Do you see something happening there? This picture is telling us how do we work together in a cooperative. And it's talking to you, smallholder rural farmers. The time to say, I have the bigger farm in my community, your farm is nowhere, you can't get this, you can't get that, will not help us. Cooperative have come to tell you, we have to be like these guys. Let's stay together, let's work together, and the minute we do that, all of the diamond over here will be able to get it. Not so? But this guy who feeds, he has everything. Maybe he had the bigger farm, he had the factory, he had the processing plant, but he alone fighting and he can't get anything. And the corporate dimension say he will sooner die poor. But with this guy, the minute you all get it, somebody can pass on, they will have a child, the community will grow, somebody can take over. And there's a community. The concern for CDA is how we can help the community, how we can help the individual farmers to collectively they can help the community. So they tell us how do we form cooperative. So if we just practice some of what the picture is telling us, in terms of our rubber farm, there's another thing, we are on our way to success. I hope the pages are talking to us. We are on our way to success. Don't we see it? If this guy get it, he will pass it over down here, everybody will get something. Other than I'm the best among all. Again, if we practice all of what the photo is telling us, in terms of our individual raw farms, look over there. Don't you see an organized raw farm? Hello? You see over there, Mr. Allen spoke this morning about just outside the raw farm, the diet and so forth. Maybe you don't have the money to get your raw farm looking at this. But when you get in cooperative, where support comes and everybody will be able to get a piece of it, tomorrow your raw farm can look like this. Hello? This is what CDA wants you to come tomorrow. Do we have member of the Todi Rubber Farmers Cooperative here? Good, they are here. We started with them. These people, most of them were tapper for the big guys, for some of the big guys. They had no rubber farm on their own. Today, if you just ask them for success story, they are now owner of rubber farm. Into the cooperative. They now can put their rubber together and decide who to sell to. Nobody can dictate to them. So, we will want to see your rubber farm like this. Look at this one. So, with all the pages, what are the background requirements for forming yourself in a cooperative? Creating a cooperative is not just automatic, my people. There's need of certain things to be carried out. One of the major things is meetings. I learned among you people, 8,000, more than that, RPAL, what the other group? RDFI. How many times do we hold meetings and inform the smallholder rubber farmers? I'm sure they can do, but how many times, how often? But cooperatives say one of the ways your members can be informed of what's happening is to hold meetings. So the cooperative, we have 10 major steps from A to Z. 10 major steps necessary for the transformation of group in a cooperative. The 10 steps, we have it categorized into 2 areas. The first one is the pre-cooperative status. And the second one is the full-fledged cooperative status. If we say pre-cooperative status, is wherein the CDA will work with you, giving your preparedness. Over the few months, we gave you the permit. And that permit, you will work with it between 4 to 6 months while completing few requirements that we showed you. And after that, we come back, do due diligence, do some training. Then, based on your compliance, CDA will give you the full-fledged cooperative for life. So, on the pre-cooperative status, the cooperative laws say a minimum of 15 pricing. That's what the law says in Liberia. Minimum of 15 pricing belonging to a farm or a community-based group that are engaged in a sustainable economic activities. So those 15 pricing and more should be engaged in sustainable economic activities. In your case, smallholder rubber farmer. So the thought is everybody has a rubber farm. So it's easier to work together. So if we find a group like that, the group must undergo the following procedure with the CDA. When you have that group, have your meeting among yourself, then you do a letter of intent, LOI, to the CDA registrar, expressing your desire to be transformed into a cooperative. So when we receive that letter, we got something we call feasibility studies. Other people say baseline survey, or security people say background check. We are very good in writing letters, but if we get those letters, you say you located in Todi, for example, you put out 15. You got raw farm. It's like that. We will go there to find out, to see what you are saying is true. So if it's evident that what you are saying, what you put in the letter, they are true, then we'll come in to do the first training. That training, we call it the pre-cooperative formation training. And that training will talk about organizational development, group dynamics, social cohesion, how you can work together as farmer group or as community-based group with common idea. And that training will incorporate all of the initial members, at least 15% and more. After that training, we will have worked with you people to do what we call your bylaw and constitution. You will select your own bylaw committee, but the CDA will got a standard template
will share with you or will share with the group. Then with that committee, we work with them and train them how you can do your bylaw. One important thing that you have there, or one or two, in that bylaw, like I said a few minutes ago, hand put a hand ticket. To say I'm a member of this cooperative, you will have to decide on the share value to guarantee you as a shareholder and as a member of the cooperative. As a shareholder, then you can knock your chest, you say, I belong to this cooperative. I'm a member. So at that point, we call you a shareholder. So whatever amount you agree on to be the share value, that's what you'll put in your bylaw. So with that, when we get through with our training, we issued you people the pre-cooperative status permit, and that permit you have it for the period of 4 to 6 months. During that period, the group is expected to, before then you have interim leadership. So within the 4 to 6 months, the group is expected to open a bank account in the name of the cooperative, to have an office, to have a signboard, to have a business plan where we have to run cooperative as a business. So when you should have done all of those, then we come to the full-fledged cooperative status, where we will come to see what those steps I just talked about are done. Democratic leadership structure or elections. We will give you another training, what we call cooperative good governance and financial management. Because running cooperative, you got to run it with fair play. Be trusted, truthful to your members. That's what we call good governance. Then financial management, because running corporate as a business, we will help you to bring you financial tools, receipt book, cash book, voucher, stamp, and the rest of them. And in that training, we will train you how to apply those financial tools. Then, after that training, we will do what we call a due diligence to make sure that those steps I just spoke about, you have them. And if it's proven that you have those steps, CDA will issue you the full-fledged cooperative the certificate, and you have it now for life. Annually now we come to do annual supervision and other regulatory function that we'll talk about later. So, just to look at some pictures of the steps, when we spoke about the first meeting, that's how it looks like. So the idea has to come from few person. So you can see in the picture, somebody had the idea and they called the people to see how they can discuss the idea. So over there, they had a meeting, they got their interim leadership. Over there, I told you about the bylaw and constitution. So this is the interim leadership. So you will get all the members to come and adopt the bylaw and constitution after the committee would have worked on it. That's the level of the membership. In your letter, those are the things that's supposed to be in your letter. The name of the group, the activity they are engaged in, the listing of the interim leadership, the location, 2 copies of the draft bylaw, and minutes of the 2 last meetings, because we want to know that people have had these meetings. So with that, we do the due diligence. Then CDA, Step 10, we give you the full-fledged certificate. So when you have gotten the full-fledged certificate, what are some of the benefits? I'm sure there's one thing everybody wants to see. A member of the cooperative, what are some benefits? The first benefit, when CDA, representing the government of Liberia, issued you that certificate, then you become government development arm. So it's expected that a system from government, it could be through collaboration on GOL agriculture project. Somebody spoke about the retrap, the STAPI. Just see what that project is doing for some smallholder farmers that are cooperative. So the meaning that you have this kind of certificate, CDA certificate, government of Liberia will start to make, through the CDA, recommend you to this project, and the project can give you some assistance to work with it. Then the government, from the LRA standpoint, there's something we've been discussing, we and LRA. According to the Cooperative Society Act, as a government development arm, it's expected, based on the activities of the cooperative, you can have a minimum or tax waiver depending on the activities of the cooperative. Because whatever the cooperative will be doing, it's expected that the cooperative is also doing situation that government cannot easily do at that given time. So it's expected that if you come to us with those kind of concerns that you are bringing, for example, equipment or tools for the cooperative, we can take that letter, get to the ministry, or get to the LRA, and let them know the importance of this cooperative in a given location and what impact it's making to the livelihood of the smallholder farmers in terms of job and so forth. And the government, in keeping with the act, they can either give you minimum or, in the case, maximum tax waiver. That's one benefit you stand to get. You have bargaining power. If, for example, we have an average membership of cooperative of 150 pricing, you have bargaining power, because if you pull your rubber together, in no doubt that nobody will just come and tell you they want to pay for rubber this way, and as long as you have the product, they will get to you. You heard them talking, they went somewhere in the community in Nimba, and people were going there because they want the product. So the minute you put your rubber together, that gives you a bargaining power. You also have leverage from government to allow the smallholder farmers to even sell your products, export your product. If you are cooperative, and for example, if you put at 15 and more, and decided that your share will be 1 ton of rubber, you have a beginning capital of 50 metric ton. Right there, if we know that you are serious, we can talk to LACRA. They can give you export permit for you as a cooperative to ship your rubber to international partner, and that will open networking for you. So you get your profit directly yourself. But that would depend on how much product you have by putting your produce together. Smallholder rubber farmers can also be encouraged to engage in specialized training. The rubber culture, we're talking about value chain. Different value chain. We can produce this plate, this rubber product, and so forth. And you can get that training. That will be specialized training for your members in time to come, and it can create jobs. Smallholder rubber cooperative can also be allowed to take loan collectively. We heard what they were saying. For an individual to take a loan is difficult. But in the name of the cooperative, you can be allowed to take loan. So quickly, what are some of the challenges? In Liberia, low level of information about training in cooperative in this country. Before that, we had training opportunity here, training school here for cooperative, but today we don't have right now. Lack of access to financial assistance. We had the agriculture bank. This time we don't have. But with all that as cooperative, we can link you to banking institution on the strength of your collective ownership gain. Mismanagement, this happened by most of the members in the cooperative leadership. But in the wake of all these challenges, see, they have got some answer to them. In the case of mismanagement, how do we mitigate it? By our statutory mandate, we come and conduct spot check or annual audit of your corporate activities to ensure financial accountability and transparency. So every year, CD will come and audit you to let your people know that the corporate belongs to the members. That's one way we can checkmate people that want to eat the corporate money alone. Timely settlement of dispute. When there's conflict among you people, as part of our mandate, we also come to make sure that we handle it so you can't go to court. We can also link you to a government entity, like I said before, for support. We can, willingness of training, if we have training, international training, we'll be sending people outside of Liberia, within Liberia, for a lot of training to better up themselves. So, there's 4 rules that govern the cooperative board of directors. And this is key for the leadership. The first rule that board members of the cooperative must be aware that they represent the members and not themselves. And that's one of the things that happen in cooperative that tend to discourage people. The second rule, board members must place their interest of the cooperative ahead other than their own. And if we find leadership working like that, we show the members will also benefit. Board members must see that the affairs of the cooperative is not for them, but it's for the member. So they cannot personally intervene. It should be collectively done. And if we should be able to do some of these things through the cooperative, this side, our farmers, some of them will look like, they will be happy, and at the final end, this will be the money that they will have in their hands. That's why we are looking for every one of us. And I know if our farmers can have this money, they can be able to develop themselves. And if we have it, let's not forget about Mama Liberia. Let's develop our country. We hear Africa, Ghana, here and there, they are developed because of the money they're making. Thank you. Question?
Very interesting, isn't it so? Very interesting. So you listen to Mr. Winnie. We're going by time, so we'll take 4 questions for Mr. Winnie. 4 questions. Preferably 2 women, 2 men. Will not be bad. Tokola, you got a question? Yes. 2 women, 2 men. Women or women? You're here, nah? Got the money there. When you're finished forming the cooperative, that the money you will get.
So let me just thank the director for. Let me thank the director for a very good presentation.
Yeah,
it's quite touching. And my question is, what are they planning? What's their plan to ensure that CDA is present and functionally present at county levels to support, that the good dreams that he's bringing forward?
Yes, Winnie.
Thank you for that question. We can assure you that currently, the management of the CDA today, we have staff in almost all of the 15 counties. I say almost, but those areas where we don't have staff right now, we can do shadowing. But right now, with the exception of 2 to 3 counties, but they are not left open. In fact, our decentralization plan is ongoing, where we want to make sure that we have staff at district level. So at the county level, you have an assistant registrar. At the district level, you got associate registrar. At the client level, you have fee officer. So that recruitment is ongoing right now.
Woman. What happened? Yes. You know woman here, man here. All right, very good. working together presentation.
James B. Keller.
Yes,
James B. Keller.
we can hear you, James.
James B. Keller.
Come closer to the mic. Come closer to the mic, sir. James, come closer to the mic so we
James
can.
B. Keller.
Yeah.
Babel County, District number 2, Bokomo. Thank you ever so much for your deliberation.
I mean, you got to talk loud.
Thank you ever so much
man.
for it to making farmer to be together. So my question here is to you, the way to success to small farmer holders. As all from Babel County, I'm from Better Yala. 2011 said Malan Ellen Johnson selling care of one plate. Some of all when we be there to tie the robbers, when you get 2 tons, how will you manage to get it out from all of that district? My question here to you to RDFR.
Oh no, they're not RDFR presentation here. Okay. Yeah? But okay, keep that question tomorrow. They will answer it. Anybody? Hello, like we all right now? Yes. Make the question short. Everybody tired. You see Jetty yelling like that. All right, all right. He won't go. Yeah.
My name is Amos Billy Dawson.
Come closer to the mic, effort.
My name is Amos Billy Dawson.
Okay, Amos.
Chairman for Maryland Farmer Multiple Cooperative. I want to know, sir, as a cooperative, are we there to pay due to CDA?
Are you there or you supposed to pay? Are you asking whether you're supposed to pay due?
I'm asking. Oh, okay. That, for instance, if
anyway,
the year end, I'm supposed to pay due to CDA. That's what I want to know.
Hello?
Yes.
By virtue of CDA statutory mandate, CDA is there to empower you. You don't pay due to CDA. When you are cooperative, we give you a certificate. Our concern is that you provide services to your member, put money in their hand, not to pay due to CDA. We are government staff.
All right.
Thank you.
I have a reason for which I ask.
Yeah, that one will answer you. Goodbye, sir.
Full member of the CDA, my cooperative registered and did everything. But at the end, every year, you ask us to register and pay.
You been paying?
Sure.
You never been paying?
I'm saying,
yeah.
As the year ends, CDA representative there asks her to pay a due. So that
to pay due to him?
Globe, say, yes.
Hello?
That what the man say when your man asking for due over there?
Hello? If what you say, a CDA representative at Maryland,
yes.
Is that Abednego Rossa?
Yes, Rossa now.
Abednego is not in Maryland right now. Hello?
Yes.
Abednego is not assigned in Maryland anymore. He's in Rio G.
Sir,
and hello?
When he left.
If Abednego Rossa did that, put it in black and white and send it to the registrar office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are not to pay due to him.
Thank you.
At the end of the year, if CDA orders you and you get surplus, you take some of that money, we call it dividend, divide it to your member to improve their farming work.
Thank you. Because plenty there, we can't talk.
So, okay, goodbye now. So, you're here, eh? No due payment to CDA. No representative of CDA must tell you you're supposed to pay due. You hear it? In fact, they're supposed to help you. That's the point. You are the last man, so we can shut down.
Okay, once again, Harris Klingba from MyGB. You talk about series of training to be conducted by CDA. Who honorize the cost of those series of training?
Thank you so much. Please note that cooperative is a business entity. Okay? So when they come to the training, all you do for the CDA staff, facilitate their movement. Thank God we have counted staff. If we went to the training, your people there, the CDA men there, if you cook cassava leaf, that's what they all will eat. But know that you pay for that food because it's your member that benefiting.
The cooperative will pay.
Yeah, for their members. Because if the training goes for 3 days. So to feed your members, we will say we discuss it. We can get 1 cup of red, 2 cup of red. If that one will satisfy the people to go 3 days, they go to eat. But it's not, the only thing you will do will be if the man is in Kakata and he has to go Gibi, for example, yes, you facilitate his movement.
Who will do that? CDA will facilitate?
No. Both, if we have the resources at that point, yes, we will do. And if it's not there, that's what we sit together and discuss. We have this motorcycle. Can you help the guy with 1 gallon to go to a place to service you? And that understanding comes, that will call facilitation. But it's not a fee charge or mandatory for you to pay. No.
You got to be clear, man. Who pays facilitator to go there? Who go work there? Who pay their way? Are you or them?
In most cases, the CDA will underwrite the cost.
Okay. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very... We started very tough this morning, but that's part of life. No pain, no gain. No failure, no success. No challenge, no accomplishment. So we started to a hard note this morning and had a very good first day. Starting with arrival yesterday, then entry into the hall today. Our opening session addressed by several people. Very good statements indeed. And then we had our presentations here today. The first on the history of rubber. Second on the importance of natural rubber. The third on the formation of cooperatives and how it will help to develop us through money making. And then with that kind of money on the board there, you can build Liberia. We want to say thanks to all of you. Our man Jetty Jack coming, but he said he will produce tire. We've been here forever, we'll not produce tire. So it's not how early you come, it's what good you do. So Cote d'Ivoire came yesterday. They've done so well that, and you know that students can turn to teachers of teachers. You know that, right? So we got actually Cote d'Ivoire here today to begin to tell us their experience. How they reach here. Listen keenly so you tell the difference. He might not be speaking English. He has a translator who has to break the English more because bulk of our people are not at the huge standard like that. And it's understandable. So today, we got our Cote d'Ivoire delegation starting this session. We got Dr. Claudio Dian, correct? Claudio Dian, a doctor from, yes sir. Oh, yeah, my bosses got to keep me busy. They say the other mistake we made, which I totally agree with, was the fact that we didn't take our group photo to give long historical view that in the future we met here so we can remember and then do it. So we'll take the photo outside briefly, then we'll come back in and Dr. Dian from Cote d'Ivoire will start to educate us on what they have done to be making billions now.
Dr. Diane is the operation manager at Apromac, Cote d'Ivoire. He's also the director of the Central Biotechnology Laboratory of the CNRA and the National Biosecurity Laboratory in Cote d'Ivoire. He is currently the director of studies, projects, and processing and marketing at Apromac. Please welcome Dr. Kwadwo Diane.
Thank you. Yesterday, we have got a very nice presentation. The presenter have a good matrix of Shakespeare language. But me, my English is very low. And I will speak slowly, and read my presentation. Now, okay, before beginning the presentation, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Ministry of Agriculture of Republic of Liberia. Through its insight, have made it possible for our delegation to be with you this morning. Okay. We would like to thank him very much. We would also like to thank Mr. Tokba Mulba, Chairman of the Rural Development Fund, and Mr. William Johnson, Executive Director of Rural Development Fund, who have worked practically for our arrival here. We arrived in Banga and found a warm welcome from the producer and industrial company operate in the rubber sector in Liberia. We also want to thank them for this welcome. Now, I want to summarize the history of rubber cultivation in Cote d'Ivoire. Just, I inform you that attempt to introduce rubber in Cote d'Ivoire beginning in 1908. In 1908, only 2 years after Liberia. But the development of rubber cultivation at big scale is beginning in 1953 with the action of two private sector company, Malcross and Pakide Rubber Company. Their two private companies were joined by the African Rubber Plantation Company, ACPH, a transformation of Indo-Chinese Rubber Plantation Company. In order to provide the technical support necessary to the initiative of the development of rubber cultivation in Cote d'Ivoire, the African Rubber Research Institute, AIRCA, was created in Bembresso in Abidjan by the French colonial power in 1956. This institute, which become now CNRA Research Station of Bembresso, is one of our main assets in the development of rubber in Cote d'Ivoire. It is the research center, this research center, that creates the clone. All the clone that you use, it creates it. And define the cultivation technology that allow the production of this clone to be optimized. Now let me go to our presentation. Okay, attends, je vais faire. the title of this presentation is Plant Breeding and its Impact of Rubber Production. This is the plan that I will use to our presentation. First, we'll make a small introduction, and after the chain of selection and how to manage. How to manage. I will finish me. Okay, sorry, I opened the French version. The French, but now I think. Okay, now. Now, first, we'll introduce to present rubber sector of Côte d'Ivoire, and after we'll make all the presentation. Okay, some data from the rubber industry in Côte d'Ivoire. Okay. Yeah, no, not let him. You see, there are some parts in French, don't pay attention. But number of the producers actually in Ivory Coast is about 118,000 persons, the number of a smallholder. We have 9 companies, big company. Yeah. And planted area is about 1 million hectares. We have in about 41 functional in 2023, but now we have 65 companies. The capacity of this company is about 1,815,000 so on capacity. We use actually 1,400,000 capacity that you use actually to our industry. The production is exactly 1,678,062 is the right is of our production in 1993. Our rank on the world is we are the third producer of the world. The percentage of production of rubber in the world is 10%. We produce 10% of the production of the world. In Africa, we are the first with 82%. The price in the last year was very low in Ivory Coast. We know you have only 463 cents dollar. We pay in humid kilogram, but in dry kilogram is 259 now cents dollar. Okay, after this data, I will arrive to the object of my presentation. You know, rubber, to do the branding, we have to wait the period of February. On this period, all the leaves of the plant fall. And when the new leaf beginning to appear, you have the flower will come. And at this state is in March. In our condition is in March. At this period, you can cross the plant and make your selection. You can see some small thing who is there is a flower. the flower that we use to make a selection. After the choice of parents that you want to cross, you make the pollination. The first step of the selection is evaluation of seedling. You have only seedling that you collect after crossing, after pollination. You collect it about in July, August, and you get it to make your selection. You have many crops that you do, and you use all the seed that you get to make your evaluation of seedling. Selection is made at 2 years of the year old of the seedling, young seedling, 2 year old. The harvest, you make a micro cutting, just micro cutting. You use some small stool that you pick on the tree, and you put a small thing to collect lattice. You do it 1 year. After 1 year, you follow only the production, not another factor, only the production. The best clone who have the production is high, you take it to go to the second side. The second side is okay. Oh. Okay. See, no. Okay. Is we call the small scale clone field. At this stage is not the seedling that you use, but the best thing that you have select, we cut it and bud and make a graph, and you evaluate in clonal, no seedling. You use the young seedling, you cut, and you make the graft, and you have the clone. And this clone, you make the evaluation in a small cap field that we call CCPA. This acronym is in French, CCPA. The duration is 5 to 8 years. 5 to 8 years, do depend to the clone. Criteria monitoring is production. Biochemical parameter, TPD, the three that you follow. Three control clones are compared to the clone under selection. We have three control: GT1, PB217, and PB260. This is the two control clone we have in the plot, and we compare the new clone to this clone. If the level is down than this clone, we don't take it. After 8 years, the clone move to the third step, is the large cap comparative clone, because CCGA. That now we have the best clone that we get in the CCPA plants, but 1 hectare by clone. 1 hectare by clone on this CCGA. And the comparison, the duration is 10 or 12 or 15 years. 12 and 15 years comparison, the duration. After, on East, the data that we collect is production, biochemical parameters, TPD, disease sensitivity, and wind damage. And wind damage is the parameter that we collect at this stage. Is just the chain of the selection. Okay, you see, we can move with 2,000 seedling to retain only 5 to 10 promising clone when you begin the selection. On 5 to 10 promising clone that you have. Okay. Now, how we manage the CCGE, because it's very important at this step. set up the CCG, we have land preparation. We do it mechanical with subsoil. We dig our big machine or subsoil. Planting density is 555 per hectare. The disposal is 6 between the line, and on the line we have 3 meters. Is that we use. The experimental design is a Fisher block with 3 or 4 repetitions. Elementary plot has about 60 or 80 plants. Field maintenance, we use winding by the hand or chemical winding. Fertilizing, we use NPK 12, 22, 22. Harvesting, we begin to harvest the plant when 6% of the total plant of the clone have the circumference about 50 at 1 meter of the soil, of the ground soil, is the standard that you use to begin to stop the tree. Harvesting system is we use 3. For the down tapping, we have half spiral D4 6J on 7, and we stimulate with 2.5% of ethanol, 10 by year in intensive model. But in moderate model, we stimulate it 4 by year. And on hopper tapping, we use 10, but we don't know exactly what is good. Tapping panel management. Tapping panel, we use in management of the tapping panel. We tap 1 and 2 years for some clone, and the 3rd year we pass on the left. Parameter control is the growth after and before and after planting. We measured it. Before planting, we measure. Before production, we measure, and after harvest, we measure again to know the growth in harvesting. We have production, number of tree harvest, percentage of TPD, biochemical parameters by later diagnosis, sensitivity to wind damage, and sensitivity to disease is all the parameters that we follow when we take the plant to go to the CCG, the last step of selection. Some results, we take the production is a gram GTT, gram per tree per tapping. We have the production in kilogram per hectare, including intersect production, TPD and wind damage, and cumulative production per hectare. Is writing small, but that is yellow. Is the clone which have a capacity more than the tree control. More than the tree control. We told you have 3 control, GT1, PB 217, and PB 260 is our control. All the clone who capacity is less than this clone, we don't select it. We retain only the clone who capacity is more than these 3 clone. And then you have some promising clone that you are beginning to select. Here, we have all the clone that, c'est bon. Ça passe. You see, GT1, GT is our reference. Is the superiority of the clone to GT1. This one is, you see, 57% more than GT1. And then you have the one who can have 68% more than GT1. And all that the clone is, this clone is promising. We cannot recommend it, but it's promising. It's promising. We use for future use. Okay. After the 3 stage, we have one last stage that we make to have a good recommendation. The recommendation is necessary to set up a monoclonal plot. Is a big plot. We have about 25 or 50 50 hectares per clone. 50 hectares per clone. And then we see really the capacity of the clone. Because at the small scale it's difficult to, you see, you can follow the real potential of the clone. Is only after this stage that we can say this clone, we can recommend it to the grower. Okay. Now, the performance of the 10 rubber clone in Côte d'Ivoire. There are. You see, it is some part that I colorate. I make a color. It's very important. I will explain to you. Actually, the best clone relative to the yield is ISA 21230 is the best. The second is ISA 317. The third is ISA 331. We have one RSA 130. And we have the control, our control is there. We have one clone that we call ISA 18. We got a lot of problem with this clone in Ivory Coast. It's a very high clone, but very susceptible to leaf disease. And we cut all in the country. In the Badwood Garden, we cut it. We don't exist in here. In some case, of one of our bigger plantation, with our past president, Mr. Bédier, he don't keep. He let it dead. That the production is efficient. Because he was in marginal area. Rainfall is very less. At this point, this fungus cannot develop. No, he lets the plant. Now he continue to harvest this clone. We have ISA 41 and PR 107. You have what we class the clone now up to. The clone PR is not from Côte d'Ivoire. It's a whole clone from Indonesia. And same to GT1, which an Indonesia clone from Java. For Java. Yeah. Why? Actually, you have a clone, and you see the performance, production tree, per tree per year, you can produce, one tree can produce about 12.3 kilo dry rubber. It's not dry rubber per year, dry rubber. And then we see in the second column, you have the clone. We have translate in humid by year and humid by month. The last, and what is very important to the selection is density of the tree at 10 years of harvesting. You look it. Because if the clone is good, but density is reduced drastically on the time, is not the best clone. Because in agriculture, we harvest, we have about 36 years before we plant. And if at 10 years, the population decrease, is not a good clone. This is the difference that we have on year. And then the clone ISA 130, the clone is very, you have a less content of sugar. You know, to produce latex, the main material is sugar. If the plant don't have enough sugar, it cannot produce more. Donc, this clone is the problem that he have. In some case, there's some holder decide to plant it. They plant, but is a very grow faster. After 5 years, is ready to tap. But don't begin. Let him at 7 years, and then he will be more strong to beginning with tapping. Okay, let's go. Okay. Alors, from Liberia, you are a forest country. How we know? The rainfall on year is more than our country. So here we have we have some savanna, and it's not the same climate. This ecosystem is very favorable to fungal disease. The disease, you have trunk disease, you have leaf disease, is very good. Liberia need clone that have a good tolerance of leaf and trunk disease. If the clone is a high yield clone, but is more susceptible to leaf disease or trunk disease, is not good for Liberia. And then, for this reason, we recommend, actually, you can recommend not to make a mistake 3 clone year. Okay. You have this. The last clone, Pure Sunset, is a low starter clone, very low starter clone. But when he beginning to produce, the production go up still about 40 years. Go up. He is not susceptible to wind damage, and it supports stimulation. It's very important. ISA 331 is a very best clone year for year, because actually in all the conditions that you are experimented it, we have not seen a trunk on leaf disease. It's very simple. Then this clone we can keep actually. ISA 41 also, but this production is less than ISA 331, but is good also. ISA 1 is not susceptible to leaf disease, but you need to manage it carefully because of sugar is not efficient on this clone. But the production is high. It's very high, the production. You know, for production, in my second presentation, I will show you, is linked to capacity to support stimulation. But some clone has a basic production is very high initially. That when you put stimulation, it not go up. If you put again, it decrease. Then we have select this clone for the one who don't want to stimulate more, to stimulate it more, we clone. It's very important. Okay. Thank you for your kind attention to this first presentation. I will make the second continually. After we will have a question section. Alors, our second presentation is optimal stimulation frequency in upward tapping of 3 clones of EVA in Côte d'Ivoire. You know, stimulation is very important in lattice production. Now, in our country, we have defined the norm of stimulation in down tapping, but in upper tapping, is not the well of more of our clone. And then I will choose 3 to show you how we determine this stimulation, optimum stimulation for the tree. Okay. In down tapping, the optimal stimulation frequency have been determined of the majority of our clone. When I give you a clone, I tell you this clone, this optimal stimulation is 8, is 10, is 4, is 12. We give you exactly for down tapping. But you can also for say same to the upper tapping. Let's go. Yeah. Go. Oh. Alors, for this 3D, you have choose 3 clones. Their choice is important because we have choose 1 clone is a fast grower. The second is moderate. And the third is a low starter. And this, the 2 category of metabolic activity. Because in rubber, the most important thing is to know the metabolism activity. If you don't know it, you cannot harvest correctly your clone. Okay. And then to make this study, we use a standard stimulation in down tapping of the 3 clone. Let's move. This experience is made by one report design, about 33 per treatment. Okay. The experimental treatment is like for ISA 130, you begin by 0 stimulation to arrive to 39 stimulation by year. For GT1, we use 0 to 78 stimulation by year. Same to PB217, we use it. And we apply this stimulation on the tree, and you collect some information. The parameter that we measure is dry rubber production. And tapping panel dryness in percentages of determined by rapid visual. We have a system to observe tapping panel rapidly. The parameter that we measure is lattice biochemical parameter, which is total solid content. Your total solid content is relative to the rubber production. Sugar content, thiol content, and inorganic phosphorus. The rapid test of micro lattice diagnosis. you do it. Okay. For the clone ISA 130, move. We have got that. About production in GTT and production in GT per year. At 0 stimulation per year, you have the production. This production go up still at 18 stimulation per year. Is that we get of this clone. When we look to the physiological, biochemical parameter, go. Yes, you are translate it in the code that you want to see well. It's very patient. We have stimulation to 0 to 39, and we have evolution of the production in GTT. In GTT, you can see after a stimulation, you cannot have enough production increase when you rise the stimulation. Regarding to the biochemical parameter, we can see on sugar level, the height value is at 0 stimulation per year. That you see, the sugar is enough. When you arrive at a stimulation, you see the production, the sugar decrease in the tree. This is very important. We say sugar is the limiting factor of the production of this clone. If you stimulate more than H stimulation, you will get many problems. You see, you will get because this is about 3 years. If you go up, TPD will increase, you'll see. The analysis of evolution of sugar content that I show that a stimulation per year is the optimal frequency for PB, for ESA 10N in upward tapping. In upward tapping, when you tap to go up, is only the quantity of stimulation that you need to you use. For GT1, we have in production, the production rises still at 26 stimulation per year. You can see on 135 is A. Let's go to the biochemical parameter. When you take the biochemical parameter, there is no problem, no much problem, but you see the sugar after 26 stimulation is beginning to decrease. It will be a limiting factor of the clone. If you stimulate more than 26 per year, you will get a problem. Then for clone PB GT1, 20 stimulation per year in upper tapping is the recommended stimulation. If the tree has tapped in down tapping using 8 stimulation per year, because some small order beginning to tap with high stimulation in down tapping, and the tree has not the same response when you go to upper tapping. Your production is still less. About PB 217, we can go more than 1 week stimulation. Every week you can stimulate it in upper tapping. When you look the production, you know, at 52 per year, you have the best level of the production. But regarding to the biochemical parameter, you will see sugar is not a problem of this clone. We know. But metabolism activity is a problem. Metabolism activity is represented by inorganic phosphorus. You see, at 39 stimulation, it beginning to decrease. Same to the thiol whose or you call defense of the tree. Then, according to the production, it can support about 52 simulation, but but regarding to the physiological parameters, it cannot. The maximum of optimal production is 39 simulation per year with this clone. In conclusion, I want to say for the tree clone, there is the stimulation recommended in upper tapping to the this tree clone, ISA 130 GT1 PB217. The production is high. You see, RIC 130 with 8 stimulation per year, it produces 170 GTT. GTT, one tap, when you tap, is dry rubber GTT. When you tap in GTT, you have this. You use about 26 simulation of GT1, but is less than ES7. Now you have a choice. For the clone, you have a choice. If you want to have a clone which supports simulation, you can use this. But there is a clone with less stimulation, you have high production. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We listen. We small bit of language barrier. We understand. But it's a very good presentation. Now, what the RDFI can do is to print that. A lot of you don't have computers. Huh? I saw plenty of people writing here. It's going to be hard for you to write exactly what's there. Good that you wrote. Take your note. That's true. But I want to ask the RDF, Mr. Johnson and Chairman Tukwa. This presentation is from Cote d'Ivoire. Luckily, it's in English, so you don't have to do translation as such, right? Just take this, print it, distribute it to your people. Those who got internet, send a soft copy to them. A lot of good things are in there. A lot of good things. I followed, even though I was sleeping small, eh? The people were joking me. But a lot of good things are in there. And so pick up on them for our good. Now, if you understood, those who understood a lot of what he presented verbally, it looks like we are, so there the Cote d'Ivoire presentations are finished. Because that 2 into 1 he did, right? So that means we may just end up leaving early. Of course. Oh, he still got it, eh? Oh, somebody was not here that he only presented. Sorry, man. You here, then we'll go forget you. Enough fair. Yes, so he's the third man. Paul Stefani. Paul Stefani. What the last name, sir? Your last name. Paul Stefani who? Obre. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not seeing it good. Paul Stefani Obre is from Cote d'Ivoire. He will present on rubber supply chains dynamics. He will present on challenging constraints associated with processing. But I think before he does that, you want to ask Dr. Dian a few questions before he comes? I think so, so we don't forget. I heard Big Brother Charles Allen say he got a question. Yes. Yes. Right there, yeah. Thank you. Dr. Dian, question for you from the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Dian. It is obvious that a lot of money was spent in the research and development of the clones, ICSA, ISC, and PV1217. So I'm thinking, you've done all the heavy lifting, and if we want to invest in, say, to purchase 1 million clones to bring, how much would that cost us as an association, as an institution? Let's assume we want 1 million clones that we want to multiply, or we want to distribute a block of 1 million of those clones. How much would that cost?
You got that?
Mr. Allen, can you repeat your question, please? The last one.
1 million clones. Yes. How much would that cost? Simply that. To buy from you.
1 million signs.
Yeah. Given the money you put in there, you put plenty of money inside. Because you put money there, he is asking if we Liberian people want to buy from you now, how much it will cost us?
Okay. No. Okay. I think that you don't need to pay the clone. You don't need to pay the clone. If you want, just see Mr. Minister, we are beginning to have a MOU to APROMAC and your country. And then the best clone that you have there, which you must adapt it in your country, we can bring to you using this MOU.
Okay. So he's saying that they are putting a mechanism in place to establish a memorandum of understanding between Ivory Coast and Liberia when it comes to RDF and APROMAC. So he cannot give further details on how much. But when the MOU has been established, they will discuss further.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Allen, for that, for the question. We are already entered into MOU, RDFI, and APROMAC, we are working the detail to be able to supply crew and training tapping method. This is what was there to Dr. Dians to come here. So it is not only like they are only coming to give out a presentation. So right now, we are working up the detail through the Ministry of Agriculture and APROMAC, and we will be able to, we can usually get more than 1 million because we need more than that.
And Alan's question remains. Alan's question is.
The cause is,
yes.
The question is that APROMAC cannot sell corn to you. It has to be government to government. That's why we are seeing, like any silt or to anybody in Liberia, it had to be through our DFI will be able to do on their behalf.
And you will bring them now?
We will bring it back.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
This is clear.
But when you bring them, people will pay for it. Let's be clear here. That Liberia deal.
Let's say this. We know that our DFI don't have a multi-millions of dollars, but we have to make sure our farmers have money. We know how it works. Like to be able to put 1 million stunt in Africa to bring it, we know. Like we were taking stunt for fires to our Vera farm. It better you make the nurseries here and bring the technicians to work here. We are working the detail that you will be able to get maybe 3-4 million.
So whatever you do,
yes,
will farmers pay for them?
What we have started, farmers are not paying. We are paying. Okay. Because they already pay when they sell raw.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got that. Somebody's hand is up there. Yes. Yes. Yeah, we got to be clear here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kwekwe. I'm from Cary. I'd just like to contribute a little bit to the discussion at hand. What Dr. Dian said essentially is that we have already established a joint commission.
Come close to the mic.
We have already established a joint commission with the Ivory Coast. As the minister informed you earlier, in April, the minister was there with the president.
Where are you from? You from Cary?
I am from Cary, the Central Agricultural Research Institute.
Good.
So, following that high-level meeting, we went to Ivory Coast as the technical team to hash out the details of that joint commission. And as part of the joint commission on agriculture, we are supposed to cooperate on agronomic research. Now, Mr. Allen asked about the price of, say, Armenian clones from the Ivory Coast. We just like to make one thing clear here. There's a difference between the clone and the stumps. So under the joint commission, we already have that agreement where we can collaborate with the research institute in the Ivory Coast to bring those best performing clones here. Once they are here, we can then multiply them and distribute to our farmers. So the price at which the farmers going to now get those stumps will be the matter of negotiation with the relevant RPL authorities and also the Ministry of Agriculture and the Rubber Development Fund. So basically this is the modality. Thank you.
All right. Anybody in that cycle? Yes.
Please consider my voice. It's a little bit terrible. I'm suffering from cold. My name is S. Josephine Fan. I represent the Todi Raw Farmers and Multipurpose Cooperative Society. Let me say thank you to the presenter. He has just provided some of our smallholder farmers an education that we need more detail on. For example, he talked about stimulating our trees. He talked about the clones. He talked about lower and upper tapping. We are only buying stimulant and chemicals from processors They are not training us how to apply them. Please, our DFR send us a soft copy of the presentation here today. Please talk to the processor. We smallholder farmers, let them help us to maintain our trees so that we can live long and enjoy them. Thank you very much.
Oh, but you're on telephone. I didn't know you were going there. Just because you're president now. Go ahead, man.
Yes, thank you. More clarity on the discussion we're having.
Yeah.
We are members of the International Rubber Research Board and Development, the IRDB. So we're in Shramps onto the board 2019. The conference held in Cote d'Ivoire. So all of what that we're experiencing now is based on the opportunities that we are tapping on. So as it's clearly said, with the presentation that is here have been delivered to us, we're going to have more training on that. So instead of people living from here to Cote d'Ivoire, we're encouraging the Ivorians to be here. Because once they come, like 2-3 persons can be able to train over thousands of Liberians on how to be able to proceed. So all of these modalities is being worked out. So we assure you that each of you here will be able to have a hard carpet. Those of you that have internet facility, you will have a soft carpet. So we are working together. These are some of the benefits of our membership. Our membership, we have to pay contribution annually to the board of the IRDB board. So these are the benefits that we stand to get. So thank you.
All right. Somebody's hand was up. We'll go to this side. Yes. Yes, sir.
Again, my name is Maurice Nessin. I'm the proprietor and CEO of Soilmate Estate, Grand Bassa Farmer. I want to say thank you to Dr. Dion, but I have this concern. It is true that Ivory Coast and Liberia are closely related in terms of climate and ecological conditions, but I'm reserved that from past experience, clones that perform positively in Ivory Coast may not likely do the same thing in Liberia, as the case with Corona's, our ACA 18, which greatly disappointed us here in Liberia that we took from Ivory Coast. So I'm just saying to our research center, members of the research partners in Liberia, like CARI and other people, let's be careful. We should do some trial before going into large-scale production of those clones in our fields, because we were disappointed in luck greatly with ACA 18, and we had to overplant like almost 2,000 hectares of ACA 18. Thank you very much.
Strong point. Strong point. I hope we take that. Mr. Kari, man, that's a strong point. I believe that. Yes, sir. Cabo. Yes.
Doc, thank you for the presentation. Just want you to know that most of our local farmers are not doing S2, D4, 6 or 7 day tapping. And I believe your presentation was based on that. So the stimulation requirement for D2, D3 will vary. You cannot apply that to the S2, D4, 6 day or 7 tapping. So reason being, in Firestone, we do our latex diagnosis before we apply stimulant based on the findings. So just to make that clear, because some people will apply this system to the D2 and D3 that will affect them, and they will have TBD.
All right.
Let me say something.
Yes,
Okay.
Dr. Dian.
With our colleague, it's important that to import clone to one country to another, we have a disposition that we use. First, don't export the clone by the not use official voice. Use the official voice first, official way. Right. Second, you take the clone to your SIM is small, but your researcher center. Then the clone will test really in your condition. And you choose the most adapted to your country. Don't take and directly go to the field, to your field. If you do that, you will get a bad surprise. For this man, I think is true. You know, when you give you one clone, it's like what you can say in medicine. When you have some, the notice is there. It told you this clone is better if you tap it at D3 or D4. Is right on this clone. You need to have 8 simulation per year. You cannot do. If you do other thing, you will get a bad surprise. We have all that we can give to you. That we give to you. Our presentation is here. You will get all done. I think that we're just beginning something. We will encourage this collaboration, and you will get the answer of most of your questions that you ask.
All right. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Dian presented that, but your president has said that you will have a hard copy. We have hard copies of what he presented, and those with access to soft copy will have that too. So we want to, yes, Lack.
What I would suggest is that once we apply for certain clones from any country, we must also ask along with it all the characteristics of each clone. Things like the branching, whether it is acute or obtuse.
You want to come close to the mic so we can hear you better.
Whether the branching is acute or obtuse, so is the planting distance. The second thing is not only the yield potential, but disease resistance, drought resistance, and wind damage resistance. Because if you look at Liberia, from one end, from north to south and east to west, weather conditions are different, rainfall pattern is different, the soil sometimes is shallow, it could be hard pan, it could also be, let's say, clay soil. So I think all these characteristics of each clone, if they're passed on to us, then depending on the different regions of the country, we can decide which clone will be best suited for which area. Thank you.
All right. You wanna, yeah.
That you say is true. You know, in Asia, in Malaysia, especially, the clone PB217 is not grown here because it's not adapted to it. Because we are select this clone. But when we come in Cote d'Ivoire with this clone, is become the best of our clone. You know, that is adaptation. I say, take a package of clone and test it in your home condition to have the really capacity, the really adaptability of this clone. If you don't do that, it's not good.
Yeah. The issue is to do a holistic test. Research on what you want to use. Please do that. Thank you very much. You're the last man, and please be quick. Yes, sir.
I'm Henry Lake from Margibi.
Come closer.
I'm Henry Lake from Margibi.
Come closer.
Henry Lake from Margibi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Dion for his splendid deliberation. I heard him talking about up tapping and down tapping. Now in Liberia, usually when the tree is getting old, that's when we get interested in the up tapping. That means going to a slaughter level now. But my question is, when does it become necessary to do the up tapping? Because it's not usually done unless when the tree is getting old. So when does it become necessary for up tapping?
Yes, sir. Dr. Dian.
I try to give an answer for dear Mr. You know, in our condition, if we tap about 9 years in down tapping, up the 10 year we begin to go up. We begin to go up for 4 months, and the last panel that you let on the ground, you go back to tap it. After we go make a round, and then we go around. If the tapper is good, you come to tap the back, second back. The second back. Yeah. Second back, yeah. The first back you remove, new back, you come to down tapping is like you use 9 and go up for 4 years, come 1 year, go up for 4 years again, and you tap the new back which form after the first tapping in down tapping. You can do about 36 years of tapping using this technology. We have a champ. We have a champ for him. We can the official voice we can give to you. You are a champ. You know how to do.
Thank you.
So yes, it's largely based on what you said. So you got to intermittently check depending on your yields. But he said in Cote d'Ivoire, the 10 year, then they go up. So you decide. All right, thank you. Let's give a hand of applause to this presentation by Dr. Dian. And now our brother Aubrey. You want to say something, Doc? You wanted to say something, Dr. Dian? No. And now Aubrey will present on rubber supply chain dynamics, challenges, constraints associated with processing, opportunities, advantages, etc. So, Aubrey, now is your turn.
Hello. I herewith would like to thank you, to thank your honorable organization for the warm welcoming we have been enjoying since our arrival in Liberia. Thank you very much. This morning, we would like to make this presentation in order to have a kind of helicopter view of the world of the processors. What are the constraints? What are the advantages? How to proceed in order to have a very good standardized production in line with the international standards. So here we go. To introduce myself, I am Stefan Aubrey, and I am the General Secretary of the Association of Rubber Producers, manufacturer, more precisely, in Côte d'Ivoire. So it is a pleasure to accept your invitation and share experiences. Okay, so our speech today will consist in an introduction, a general presentation. A general presentation of our sector, the rubber industry, and after that, the natural rubber value chain, the values generated by natural rubber in Côte d'Ivoire, the sustainability of the natural rubber industry in Côte d'Ivoire. Okay, so the natural rubber industry in Côte d'Ivoire is quite recent compared to Southeast Asian countries. As we said, the first rubber plantation in Côte d'Ivoire dated 1953, first by agricultural companies, and later in 1977, the small holdings were created. And since this period, the development of this crop has continued its expansion to this day. Initially, the economic model chosen to develop the rubber industry in Côte d'Ivoire was the setup of agro-industrial complexes around those small holdings that were developed. And today, due to the unavailability of large continuous area for setting up agro-industrial complexes, rubber cultivation in Côte d'Ivoire is mainly developed through small holdings. New industrial units are therefore being set up in areas with a high concentration of small holdings. And the natural rubber, which was mainly produced by agro-industrial companies in the 70s, is now more than 90% produced by the rural areas. This natural rubber produced by the rural areas is sold to primary processors in the wet form of cap lamp. These manufacturers then transform this cap lamp into granulated dry rubber and export them. Farmers and primary processors in Côte d'Ivoire are therefore dependent on the price of the dry natural rubber on the international stock market, I would say. with prices that fluctuates over the time. The point is, while primary processor may be more resilient to these variation in the price of natural rubber, the small orders are less so. And this situation may lead small orders to abandon rubber cultivation. There is therefore a risk of the sustainability of the natural rubber industry in Côte d'Ivoire. In case this situation remains unchanged, given the high contribution of the rural sector to the national production. Let's have an overview of the framework that encompasses the rubber sector in Côte d'Ivoire. So in Côte d'Ivoire, the rubber sector is under the supervision of the Ministry of State, Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development, and Food Production. We have a specific institution that is in charge of regulation and monitoring of activities. It is the Rubber and Oil Palm Council that is in charge of giving licenses for new factories. It is this CHPH that is in charge of fixing the price. It is this CHPH that is in charge of make sure that all the actors in the sector are complying with the regulation. And at the execution level, we have the APROMAC. And APROMAC is in charge of the development of the sector. To give you an overview of the performances, the total quantity exported in 2023 was roughly 1.7 million tons. The total revenue as from exports from 2023, was $2.1 billion. The number of operating manufacturers is 35, and the number of ongoing factories that are in construction, that are being built, is 32. But more specifically, with regards to the manufacturers are organized into an association. I am the general secretary, meaning the IUPCN. I will translate it in Association of Natural Rubber Processor or Professional of Côte d'Ivoire. To have an overview of the execution agency, that is APROMAC, as we just mentioned. APROMAC is a non-profit association set up in 1975. It is recognized by the Côte d'Ivoire government as the sole interlocutor for any discussion regarding the sector of rubber. And this since 2020. So let's say, to elaborate, APROMAC was created in 1975. It has been a serious association at a point that in 2020, the government of Côte d'Ivoire awarded APROMAC the merit to be the only agency for monitoring the rubber sector in Côte d'Ivoire. And APROMAC is composed of two colleges. The College of Producer, with as a backbone the Federation of the Professional of Agricultural Organization. So it's a federation of many associations of rubber producer, and also individual, I would say independent producer. And the second pillar is the College of Processor I am from. It is made of the association of the producer, the processor of rubber. So we have this diagram. APROMAC is made of the federation of the producer and the association of the industrial manufacturer. We have, let's say, our ecosystem is not made of only APROMAC. As I said, we have technical partners. Those technical partners, we have a fund. This fund is dedicated to agricultural research and also to monitor the supervision, the training of the farmers. And this, it is an interprofessional fund. So there is cocoa, there is coffee, there is palm oil, there is rubber, that are all financed by this sole fund in the country. We have a National Agricultural Research Center that is in charge of creating new species of any type of plant. And we have a National Agency for Rural Development Support. We would like to, at this stage, list some possibilities for creating added value in the natural rubber processing. Okay, as you know, it starts from the latex that is collected from the rubber tree, and it gives whether the coagulated latex or cap lump or the latex, the fresh liquid latex. From the cap lump, through the manufacturing process, we have the dry granule rubber, and we have the crepe rubber. From the latex, we also have the dried sheets and the concentrated latex. There are many tertiary values from solid rubber because we can make the buffers for roadworks, and we can also make the pneumatics. From the processing, we can have also insulating blocks of natural rubber, and the sheets can lead to the boots. As another tertiary value from solid rubber, we have the cobblestones that are made also in Ivory Coast. Also, as tertiary values from concentrated latex, we have the mattress, the model, the pacifiers, and the nipple, etc. So those are the outputs from the processing sector. So regarding the sustainability of the natural rubber industry of Côte d'Ivoire, the industrial rubber sector are taking different initiatives to ensure its sustainability. And these includes the geo-referencing of plantation to ensure that they are not located in prohibited areas, the introduction of a production traceability mechanism, the extension of field preparation techniques that respect the environment of smallholders. We also proceed by raising the awareness of the smallholders to combine food crops with immature rubber. We raise the awareness of the smallholders to set aside lands for food production. We promote the introduction of agroforestry into the rubber production system, meaning association of rubber trees with forest trees. We also improve living and working conditions in small holdings. To guarantee the sustainability of the natural rubber industry, we also encourage the extension of good agricultural practices to smallholders through a coaching device. We proceed by subsidizing of improved plant material to the producer. So we have spoken of the different clones. So when the clones are selected, we subsidize them to the producers. In Côte d'Ivoire, works are in progress for the certification of the natural rubber from Côte d'Ivoire, so that it is, I will say, labelized in the international market. We fund the rubber research to meet optimal quality standards. And we are making efforts in order to meet or to be the more compliant as possible with regard to the stringent rules from the international market, remain the EUDR from the European Union. All those measures to ensure the sustainability of this production of natural rubber in Côte d'Ivoire in order to mitigate or control the cost to smallholders. The producer remuneration should be sufficient to cover their expenses. As we said, we face some challenges. We face some challenges because there is the low price for primary and secondary securities in order to provide sufficient guarantee to cover the different expenses. Energy remains the capital point of expenses following the procurement in raw material. And the procurement in raw material must be insured all the year through. We face other challenges because we have ex-work conditions. Because the products, when they are made from factories, they must onboard vessels and reach international clients. So the logistic condition must be ensured at the custom and at the port. We also have the necessity of a permanent talk in between farmers, association, and transformer, meaning manufacturers, under the guidance of the ministry through the the APROMAC. And there is something that is key for we the industrials. We need to have credible statistics in order to monitor the manufacturing strategy. So this situation are the threats to the sustainability of the rubber sector. So we are aware of them and we make our best in order to avoid trouble. As we said, the primary and secondary values generated don't offer sufficient guarantees for the sustainable production of natural rubber in Côte d'Ivoire, because these values are strongly influenced by the price of raw material, which is sometimes very depressing. It is therefore important for the natural rubber industry in Côte d'Ivoire to move up the value chain in order to offer more attractive prices, especially to smallholders who are the most vulnerable actors. We think that this will better ensure the sustainability of the national rubber industry. We therefore encourage Liberia in its strong initiative to revive the rubber sector, especially invite all potential local and international investors to get involved in the production of secondary value. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah. They want to. We urge the RDFI and RPAL to give it to you. And all right. We hear the other man clearer, and so we'll take questions for him. People, number one again. You go there. Okay, you go there. Yes.
Again, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the minister and the RDFI for having this conference.
Yeah.
I would like to also thank our Ivorian brothers for telling us the reality on the ground.
Yeah.
Now, me standing here wearing two hats. I got one small 125-acre farm with oil palm and rubber. But then I'm a consultant. We've done two reports. One for the RDFI and the Ministry of Agriculture. One, which outline the framework for how we can approach our solution. The second one was done on a retract, where we analyze the constraints in the value chain. Retrap has paid off for that money. They have paid off for that work. But it's sitting down somewhere. It's sitting down somewhere. We like to talk the talk. We got to walk the talk. Thank you.
All right. So footnote there for the government and RDFI. Please don't make papers and keep them on the shelves. Papers are good only when they can come into practice. So yes, Roberta, that's a point. Your time. Your time. Thank you.
Let me thank the presenters. Talking about the price of rubber. From the both of you, I want you to please tell us the present price of rubber in Ivory Coast by metric ton.
But one person can say that. Kobre, how much you are selling 1 ton of rubber in Aroko now? How much they buy it from you?
Yes, I mean it is very fluctuating, but at the time we are speaking, it is roughly $0.85.
4.85.
No, $0.85 per kilogram.
And you understand it? So what does that mean? Anybody who understands it can explain it? Wait. Any expert, please? Please come go explain it. Please sit down, sir. So let's hear what he said. Yes, sir.
The price, excuse me?
$0.85 is 85 cents per.
Is 483 cents. It's not dollars.
Please say that again. He says 0.85.
Man, repeat that. That Sifa will talk more here or what? We need to convert that into dollar so that the people can understand. My man, you're the experts here. You gave them chance. Okay. The people right here, what you all guessing for them for?
Per kilogram, 0.85 cents.
Use the mic better.
$0.85 per kilogram. Is that dry kilogram? Dry kilogram, 85 cents. Wet kilogram?
Please use the mic. Dr. Dan, use the mic. We can't hear you.
Oh, that we buy directly to the smallholder is per kilogram. Kilogram is a 0.5 that he give you. 85 cents dollar.
Mama, please give the people chance. I beg you, don't do this.
Dollar.
Oh,
in we want to move to. I can, if someone know the receipts of a CFA, we buy 434 francs CFA ce mois. Per kilo. And you can convert in US dollar to have the price. Per ton is 400,000 $434.
400,000 what?
CFA?
CFA. Now we got 400 something thousand per CFA per ton. So now we can convert that. Yeah, you want to do it for us? Yes, Big Brother Bisa.
If I understood you, presenter, if I understood you, you said it's 85 cents per kilo. Is that correct?
Yes, he said 85 cents per kilo.
Okay, 85 US cents, right?
US cents.
If it's 85 cents per kilo, a ton will cost $850.
Okay, then that's it. All right. I understand where we come. Can we come together? 1 minute, big brother. 1 minute. I see us jumping to Cote d'Ivoire price as though that what will automatically happen here. Your condition is different. That is why they are here. They didn't come to tell you because we sell it $8.50, you must get it $8.50. Don't think that way. We are here to learn how to claim it to them. So when I see people, that $8.50, yes, but work to make it $8.50 here. That's your job. Because you're different country. That's all. Why my God bigger than your own? Because John Colley. So what a big deal. So now, that's why they came to tell you, you called them to come tell you, how can you making more money? They are telling you where they are. The thing they explain that are you doing here? Yes, sir.
So, and as I mentioned yesterday, the policy environment makes all the difference.
Exactly.
So the policies that government put in place will facilitate an improvement into it. That is what we expect the policy makers to do, and make the case and bring the cost of production down.
Well, the government not here right now.
No, the government here, we are the government.
Exactly, but
we are the government,
well,
we the people.
The direct representation not here to respond to that.
Yeah.
But you're right.
Don't go take no loan to go build hydro plant. Franchise it out free market. Let the price drop. You want to take loan, build school and hospital.
Be better that you're the big people here. Call some of your men there. Call some of your men and say, the more private the electric bill here finished. All right, with that? Yes, please, quickly. I agree with you. That's
Hello,
that is where we are.
Mr. Paul, I have a question for you. With the smallholders within Ivory Coast, do you commercialize your extension of advisory services to these smallholders?
Did you understand him?
With the smallholders in Ivory Coast, are you commercializing your agricultural advisory services with these smallholders?
Obre.
Hello? Cannot further explain.
He's trying to go to his
Okay.
thing. Yeah.
Yes, we in Côte d'Ivoire, there is APROMAC that is in charge of monitoring the execution for the development of the sector. So APROMAC, and he is the director of the training on the ground, goes to the ground, to the field, and train the smallholders. And we also subsidize the seeds. We even send graders to the farms in order to have, let's say, roads so that they can send and sell their production. So APROMAC is really helping the smallholders. So it is the combination of all those tactics that enables to have a successful output.
Yeah, Mr. Colley.
No, you can't be engaging back to back. No. Sorry, no.
That you want to.
I think it's finished.
You finished?
That's what I wanted to say, but you want 5 minutes now, Sion?
No, APROMAC is a very whole association.
Okay.
Very whole association, beginning since 1975. It's a very whole association. You have got many problems. You have solved some. Then our practice is to work closely to the smallholder. We have 3 major services that we will do to the smallholder. First, subsidize the plants to them. Second, train the one, and then to make the row on the plantation row, we make it. This is the major service that we give to the smallholder.
Thank you.
Good. So I know what is wrong with us is us. Somebody? Yeah, ma, please come. And a government woman there, you must answer some of that government question.
Thank you very
Come
much.
closer, come closer, man, so we can hear
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it was very educative.
Yes.
Along the presentation, I have seen us talking more about our challenges currently compared to where we came from and how we got to where we are today as APROMAC. So my question is, what were your challenges when you started at as APROMAX, and how did you deal with those challenges to reach to where you are today? Thank you.
My man, listen, Chief, Bossman. Not
Okay.
that man. Listen more.
APROMAC
you calculate
can
later.
operate because there is a levy on any kilogram that is sold abroad. You see, there is a we collect a tax on any kilogram that is sold abroad, and this
Yeah.
So first, it's to say that this is the way of financing our APROMAC. So APROMAC has some cash. And thanks to that cash, we can face the different issues we had. So, as an issue we had, it is, for instance, it was difficult for the farmers to offer their production to the different factories. But thanks to the money APROMAC got, APROMAC has sent some graders to make some ways through the, I would say, the plantation or in the rural area. So now the farmers can deliver to the factories. The other challenge we had was the challenge in the pricing. Because at the international level, there was this, I would say, bad name of African rubber. They say Nigerian rubber, it is not good. So, thanks to the money we have collected, we have, in partnership with the different research institutions, with the different funds, we have improved the quality of our rubber so that the price has started increasing. A challenge we had was kind of how to transform locally the production. Because as Mr. JT said yesterday, the more you export, I would say the raw rubber, the more you are selling jobs, your local jobs abroad. So we had to create a kind of industrial sectors. And the government have been subsidizing all those who were interested in building a factory. And with a very easy schemes for reimbursement. So this has enabled us to have up to 35 factories today operating, and even 32 projects of factories are being built. Another challenge we had, it was to create enough procurement. I mean, the supply should be there. So thanks to the work of Dr. Dian, they have been planting after they could select the good clone that was giving the best output. So we have to encourage the farmers to invest themselves into the rubber sector. And this is why the plant, there was clones that were subsidized in order to help them to acquire the different plantation. So those are all those challenges, and those challenges are continuous. This is why we were advising that there should be a permanent dialogue in between
the industrial sector, and the processor, who are the farmer, the producer. So those are the challenges we have been coping through the years. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thanks very much again. But your challenges you've been having, I didn't hear government contribution. How much does government contribute to the rubber sector on an annual basis today?
But you talk about subsidy, though.
The contribution of the government is measurable because it is the government that has engineered the creation of research institutes. The government have been thinking in having a partnership with APROMAC. The government has set up a pricing structure. The government has been very helpful because they reduced the level of tax so that the sector can survive. So really, it has been thanks to the government that we could rise.
So in short, he mentioned dialogue between the industrialists and processors. I would say dialogue amongst government, industrialists, processors. There you go. And producers. So the issue is to engage government more critically. And Big Brother keeps mentioning this phrase. What is it again? Policy environment. The laws. What we do in keeping with the law. You also, I don't know what is AFROMAC, but is that like RDF? RPAL? Okay. What is AFROMAC? Is that like RPAL? Is that their own association? So you, yeah, Big Brother? Yes. So if that's the case, Madam President, you got to reach a point where when you don't see government working, you work for your people. They talk about the roads, access to process. This is very important. You got to put the pressure on. Pressure on. You got to be willing to help RPAL do it. Any more questions? It's a very good conference, though. It's a good conference.
I have a question for the last presenter. But before my question, let me just join Honorable Allen to also include the RPAL for making us a part of this national conference, we smallholder farmers. And let me say thank you too to Mr. Colley, because you are making our voices to be heard. I am grateful. I am grateful to our brothers. My question is, if I got him correctly, I heard him saying there is an institution in Ivory Coast that finances...
One minute. Mr. Chairman, you will make that debate, you will open it later. Yeah.
If I heard him correctly, he said there is an institution in Ivory Coast that finances smallholder farmers. If that is true, how is it done? Do they finance the smallholders individually or in groups? If it is individually, how do these smallholder farmers get asset to support or to finance?
Okay.
Thank you.
Aubrey, anybody? Yes.
Okay. The contribution of the government towards the farmers consists in reducing their load, because their load would be the high cost of acquisition of the plants. So government say, okay, I will subsidize it. You will pay only half the cost. He said, okay. After that, government will say that, okay, you need to have a coach or a trainer. So we will provide you with a trainer in order to guide you through all the process. The government says, okay, it is hard for you to deliver your production to the factory. Okay, for your area, I will build some ways to ease your day-to-day. After that, the government makes sure that the price is decent. The price is decent. So the government says, okay, I will not tax the rubber sector that high. I will make a price that can afford the farmer to live. After that, there are constant talks with the farmers. As we've seen, APROMAC is made of two colleges, the College of the Farmer and the College of the industrialists, I would say the factories. So attention is paid to the concern of the farmer on a day-to-day basis. So this is the approach in Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you.
Yeah. When any of you take power, you're doing that. They're not different people in power. Not us. I keep telling you. It's just a matter of putting one out there from the village. Then we're not doing it again. Let us change our behavior. And let Big Brother say, create the policy environment where the government can subsidize things, where the government can do day-to-day attention. You got your relatives in government, tell them. You got your friends in government, put it in their ears. What is wrong with us is us. All that in that man saying is respect, love for each other. That man sitting there is thinking about the next farmer in Danane. And so when he becomes president, he will not forget that all we need to do, our problem is we're not catering to each other. That's all the problem. That's all the problem. So the thing that the way we start from this conference, the TRN thing here, is a serious problem. People cannot be paying taxes, and the taxes are not reflecting on them, that they are not paying taxes in their country, even though they pay. Besa cannot be paying $10,000 a year, and you tell him he's paying no tax because he got no record. That the way we start to support each other. Policy environment. That's what we're talking here. So that also, put it back in your shoe. Yes, sir. I wish they can bring the mic to you, big brother, my man. You can come? Okay. Sorry. My man, carry the mic to the puppy there, man. I beg you. What's more, they come in, they bring it in. They will bring it, just stand by there. It long enough, pull it. Let it reach him. It will reach him. It will reach him. Yes, it has reached him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can you give us some idea of the tax rate that the farmers in Ivory Coast pay?
The tax rate in Côte d'Ivoire. That only you?
Our deduction is 4%. What is their deduction?
Yeah, he will come. You're looking for it there.
It is roughly 7%.
7%.
Thank you.
Who pays that? The farmers pay 7%?
You know, for do all the activity that I present here, when you sell 1 kilogram of rubber, we collect 7%. 7% to your price, to your production, to give to a fund, to finance the fund, who will return you with service of planting, plant providing, and route making, and come to the training. Return to you. It's not a direct, because it's a return that you take to make the service. It's not directly some tax. But the processor, when they send one kilogram, they pay 1.5% tax for the state. When you process and you sell, you go outside, you pay this directly at the port. You pay this tax and you spot. For the smallholder, it's just we collect some subsidy to refinance the activity. 7% per kilogram.
You want to make it clear for us?
According to Mr. Aubrey, he said that the farmers does not pay directly. So there's a price that's already been made. So instead of you paying $500, they will deduct the 7% and they will tell you it comes to this and this price. So you get the end price. So instead of 500, you will pay maybe 4.85 or 300 and some more dollars. So the farmers does not directly pay the taxes.
Okay. All right. Yes. This is all policy issues. It will not be as clear until we study them and act it like them and in them. Yeah?
To give clarity for what happens here, the differences there is the margin percentage. With the price, as we pay the RDFI fees, the farmers in Cote d'Ivoire are paying 7% as was clearly reported as their fee to the RDFI. Coming back to our PAL, the fees that we pay to RDFI is far less than 1%. So these are differences that with the policies issue need to be visited. So with the services that APROMAT is giving to the farmers contribution back to APROMAT is 7%. But with us here, it's less than 1%. So these are things that we farmers, we need to look at to be able to make the decisions. If we are to work together to improve the sector, these are sacrifices that we should be waiting to do. So we are paying less here in Iberia, less than 1%, as compared to APROMAT farmer in Cote d'Ivoire, where the farmers are paying 7%. Thank you.
Well, they're not clear yet on the 7%, but the truth is that we are paying less.
We are paying less.
That's the point. Whatever it is, we are paying less.
Yes.
And here is the thing. Here is the thing. It is important to provide services too, so that when you tell somebody pay this, when they look, they say, but something happening here. So we can manage. They can swallow the bitter pills for the sweeter pills. So that's that. One more or two more people, then we shut this one down. If not, let's give them a big hand of applause for this session. It looks to me like we have done well today. Thank you very much. Dr. Diane Aubrey, my sister, what you want to name? Sarah. You Liberian woman? Sarah. You Sarah? Yes. Sarah, thank you, yeah, for making it clear for us. So, Dr. Diane Aubrey and Sarah did a good job, fantastic job. But do not take the presentation on the surface. It's a policy environmental issue. Many things. There are some good things here, but they are being overshadowed by the very hard bad things. For example, you're paying less, but because you're not getting benefits commensurate, so it's hurting you. So let's work to improve it. Now, it looks like we have done well today. Before we do the official closure and leave, we want to take small entertainment to get the people. It's small money from us. They got to do small work. They can't go free. Now, the music people, they too a small thing. They got to work for it. There's no free money. So, who want to take for it? The culture people? Okay, I have decided the culture. We're not coming, they're not democracy they want. I had a chief here. Culture, y'all, let's see y'all dancing here. I was just joking. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. All right, we'll take one selection. Oh, the music man, where you at? We'll take one selection from them, then we'll close, then they start to entertain us to lunch. You won't have lunch that you're been there. When we finish closing, you won't stay here that you play.
Lack and others are here. Thank you so much for what you have taught us to do, what you have taught us. Mr. Minister, please, the president is not here, but you are here to represent the president. The farmers are in need of support from government, right? Where I get some packages, similar package in the past. Thank God you know it already. Say the farmers, bigger farmers took it. No smallholder farmer benefited the package that came to farmers. The similar package, three or four came. No smallholder farmer benefited. They say you don't have collateral, you don't have deed. But you know when you go say 2 bags of rubber, nobody has your collateral. You take 4%. But when it comes to loan, you don't have collateral. You don't have this. It's not helping us. Thank you again that you are putting in place that pricing board is set. Because I have been advocating that fast loan can be a player and a referee. I said it at a retreat in Magibi that fast loan can be a player and a referee. Thank God now we got a board set to determine the price of rubber. We are privileged. Small farmers, thank you for coming for this meeting. We feel that you have learned something from here. As you go back, as your people who are here on the country will be there to making sure that what you should get will come to you. We are grateful to all of you who have come.
Thank you very much.
Thank you in Jesus' name.
Amen. All right. You let that man that you're a politician, huh? All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Are the processors here? I see that all the processors have gone, huh? Where fire soon? You go where Ray so we can see him. Zayina, here you go. Processors, Firestone will talk for them. And you hear that man say, yeah, man, I'll be referee and player. Even though the team finished, but like the message then there. All right.
All right. We express our deepest thanks and appreciation to the RDFI for organizing this conference. I think we should have more and more of this all the time. It's also good to take it from this level and take it to the farming communities,
yes,
to the villages, to the individual farmers. As Firestone, many of the things that we're discussing, or as processors, I think LAC and Firestone being here for a while, GT has just joined us. We have, chartered a course to do the same kinds of things that you saw happening here today. We have a team of extension officers out there. Please tap on their resources. They were hired and well trained. When they come to your farm, you have issues, discuss with them. Whatever it is will be relayed to us. We go around farming communities and, do town halls. We do trainings and all of that. And we think this should be at the national level. RDFI, you have a very big work to do. We hope going forward, you can be more robust, you can be much stronger, you can be much more proactive than you've been in the past. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Yeah. Strong point. Let this dialogue go around. I already heard that what the man say, Firestone say. Firestone, you must draw small thing in their bags for that one, huh? All right. So, in your constitution, huh? Your pay. All right, so that's that. I understand we got small holders and we got, well, all of them small, but we got small farmers and we got large farmers. Who the large farmer then? That people that Charlie there? Who the live farmers? Yeah. We got live farmers here. Yes, please.
On behalf of the large farmers,
Please come closer, yeah? Yeah.
on behalf of the medium and the large farmers, and a member of the board of the RDFI, we want to say thank you to ourselves, but more importantly, we learned something today from the foreign team.
Yeah.
I didn't want to talk just now, but I think I will have to say, I decided to keep quiet, but I will not keep quiet anymore. When you talk about the rubber sector, the agricultural sector, I want to take us back in history a little bit to 1973. When the president of Liberia, Dr. Torba, set up the economic department at the Ministry of Agriculture, headed by a seasoned banker, city banker, C.T.O. King. That was what led to the Liberian Rubber Development Unit, LRDU. And what did LRDU do? LRDU didn't have any time for small farmers, for large farmers, for medium-sized farmers. If you went to LRDU, you went into all of the rubber belts. All you needed was a tribal certificate. They will identify your land, they will survey your land, they will bring the stumps, they will fertilize that rubber until that rubber comes to production. We went beyond that. When you hear about Lufra County Agricultural Development Program, Palm County Agricultural Development Program, that is where it all started from. And it was not just rubber, coffee, cocoa, you name it. Then we go out to the World Bank. The World Bank came to Liberia. I'm a banker, besides being a large farmer. The World Bank, the multilateral institutions, the ADB came and gave money to the sector, the agricultural sector. Let's come to today. Where in the world, and I'm not being political, I'm not being critical, but where in the world you don't have an indigenous bank? A bank owned by Liberians that will lend to Liberians.
Right.
The foreign banks are not yet to lend to the rubber sector, to the cocoa sector, to the whatever. But we don't have one agricultural bank. The other province, they will tell you how many agricultural financing institutions they have in Ivory Coast. So I'm seeing this sector, we the large farmer, we will survive. But we have high operating costs. You see, Marco has been closed down since October 2022. I don't want to tell you how much Marco needs to reopen. But all the small farmers that are around Marco that will benefit from Marco. Marco has a clinic, they have schools, and you name it. So long story short, going forward, what we are saying is that there's a lot to be done. The Rubber Development Fund, the RPAL, we will do our part. And we'll make sure this sector go forward. Not just the small farmers, the medium farmers, but also the large farmers. And we need more Liberian-owned rubber processors. But to do this, we need the financing, and right now the financing is not available. Thank you.
What's the name again, sir? Just a little bit of the name and the title. We need to know you. I know, I had the name, but I don't know him.
I'm Ben Garnett.
Okay, Ben. Thank you. All right, so that's it. That's it. In Cote d'Ivoire, the government did its part. We need to do our part here in Liberia as a government for the farmers. So, a nice group. As we go, this afternoon will be the RPAL. But I really think the Ivory Coast people should come before RPAL. Afromac, Dr. Dian. Yes, thank you, sir. Diamond? Yes. Good.
Very high. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to give my address in French because in English it will be difficult. She will translate because I cannot do my best in English. Avant tout propos,
before anything else,
laissez-moi rendre un hommage particulier à Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture de la République sœur du Libéria, grâce à qui, à sa perspicacité, a permis que notre délégation soit actuellement à Banga, à vos côtés, pour trouver des solutions idoines à la reprise du développement évéicole au Libéria.
Before anything else, allow me to pay special tribute to the Minister of Agriculture of the Sister Republic of Liberia, whose insight has allowed our delegation to be here in Banga by your side to find suitable solutions for the resumption of rubber development in Liberia.
Par ma voix, le président Charles-Emmanuel Yassé, président du conseil d'administration de la POMAC, voudrait lui dire un grand merci.
Okay. On behalf of President Charles Emmanuel Yassé, Chairman of the APROMAC Board of Directors, I would like to express our sincere thanks to him.
Nous voudrions aussi remercier toujours M. Togba Moulba, chairman du Fonds de développement EVA, et le directeur exécutif du fonds, M. William Johnson.
We will also like to thank Mr. Tokpa Moulba, chairman of the Rubber Development Fund, and Mr. Williams Johnson, executive director of the Rubber Development Fund, who have worked tirelessly with numerous letters and phone calls to facilitate our arrival here.
Nous ne voulons pas oublier l'accueil chaleureux de la brave population du Libéria, en particulier des producteurs et des sociétés agricoles opérant dans la filière EVA en Côte d'Ivoire, au Libéria.
Here in Banga, we have received a more than warm welcome from the brave producers and agro-industrial companies operating in the rubber sector in Liberia.
Nous voulons leur dire grandement merci.
We also want to thank them for this welcome.
Nous partons d'ici avec la ferme conviction que nous reviendrons pour approfondir notre collaboration au bénéfice de nos deux filières. Je vous remercie.
We leave here with the firm conviction that we'll return to further deepen our collaboration for the benefit of both sectors. We are deeply honored by this reception. Once again, thank you.
Thank you. We leave here with a deep thought that we will be back to continue working together for the both sectors to work for the good of our community, our region. Thank you, Dr. Dian of Ivory Coast, La Côte d'Ivoire. We want to now hear from the RPAL. Yes, your president. Thank you.
For and on behalf of the Rubber Planter Association of Liberia, we have come to extend our thanks and appreciation to His Excellency, the President of Liberia, Ambassador Joseph Human Boakai, for an insight and interest he has in agriculture. As rubber was placed within a National Agricultural Development Plan. And we pledge our support to work within our directions to change the dynamics of the rubber industries in Liberia. And our sincere thanks and appreciation also extend to the Ministers of Agriculture, Dr. Alexander Nuta, for his tireless support and interest that he always developed for this rubber industry. And we wish that all of the efforts will never be meaningless, but will be able to make a transcendent change within this industry. Going forward, we'll also love to extend our thanks to the people of Bond County through the office of the superintendent for every other things that they do to aid us in the process of hosting our conference here. Not forgetting our security, the police that was here to ensure that we had a perfect peace. And the 4 estates, Mr. John Colley and his team, we also appreciate you. Thank you so much. Our farmers that are here today, you have already heard all of the progress report from Cote d'Ivoire. We can only achieve all of these things if we stand together and then to work together as a team. Our PAL may not be doing excellence in the past, but we hold a limit to our people. That is the organizers of our PAL being existent. These are things that if we never had it before, we couldn't be counted in doing what we're doing as an association. So we also extend our thanks to our 4, organizers of our PAL today we had, and that of our DFI. So that gave us the opportunity that we still have the chance that we can improve our industries, which is the rubber. Not forgetting our neighboring country, APROMA, in representing here Dr. Dean and O'Brien for coming to grace our occasion and also giving us insight information on what they have done to be able to have that country to be improved. I believe that we are no exceptions to that because we were before. Before Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia was the first in Africa in rubber productions and the 3rd in the world. So Africa today, Africans are taking that lead ahead of us, and we are not ashamed to also learn from them. With the collaboration, we hope that we will be able to do better and even before. So thank you for coming. We appreciate all of what you have done. And even our presence in Cote d'Ivoire was overwhelmingly, received. So we are very happy with the relationship and the MOU that we're trying to establish between the 2 countries. To our farmers, you heard what the farmers in Cote d'Ivoire are doing and getting the benefit in which they are getting. I encourage every one of you to be able to work together as a team. I was trying to organize into cooperative. We hope that you'll be able to cooperate with us, that we all will be able to work for the betterment of our industry. We are not now coming to tell you that pay 7%, but we believe that in a gradual process, we can be able to work together to improve this sector. I encourage every one of you that are going Robert to be able to pay your subscriptions. Stop listening to what the brokers are telling you. Don't pay subscription. It's lie. Because they are also not exempting you, but instead they are giving you a tax that you are paying without any benefit. So be the one to be able to pay your subscriptions. We are also encouraging fasting here, fasting Liberia. You are one of the strong, partners that we had. Because through your existence here in Liberia from 1926 to now, some of us now becoming a rubber farmer, but through you. So you cannot be able to distance yourself. In line of supporting this industry, you need to continue to aid us. The question that you are asking farmers whether they want to pay or not, we are urging you to stop that. Encourage the farmers and other processors are doing. They are collecting the subscription, even if for everyone that goes to sell rubber. But with you, you are giving the options and are creating divisions in the midst of the farmers. So we are encouraging you to follow suit that we all will be able to flow along together. Not wasting much of your time, I'm very impressed with your presence of you farmer here today. Some of our cooperatives that we are already formed and working along with us, and I see you here present today, it's an encouragement. And I also rely on you for your support because we cannot do it all by ourselves. But together we hope that we can be able to do a better, to be able to improve our rubber industry. And to my chairperson, Honorable Topa Morbad, I'm so proud. Thank you so much for everything that you're doing with the corporations, for us to work together as a team to improve this sector. To the team, the RDFI office staff, and the RPAL office staff, we also say thank you for everything. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we hope that we'll have a corporation to work together as a body. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so our government will be the last for when they speak. That's it. So, Chairman Tubamova, I don't know what I will get you because I think the woman has said thank you to everybody. But you can say small thank you. Yeah. You brought, oh yeah, so we're going now.
Well, thank you. Our Ivorian guests, our president here, thank you. Our large farmers, small farmers, who are all here to make the day unique. And Firestone, Lock, Representative President here will tell you, thank you for coming. And let me just state it clearly that we have to work together to improve these sectors. And we will tell the organizing committee who work with us, Mr. Jones and your team, thank you, Mr. William Johnson, and all those who are making the days to happen. I tell you, thank you. We will work together. And together we can move forward and be able to be successful. But when we divide ourselves and the idea or so will not go anywhere. So we have come to tell you thank you for making this day to happen. And all of our farmers who are not here, who listen to me, you need to work with us. Don't listen to brokers. They are up the line and nothing they are telling you is true. We tell the Minister of NUTAT, thank you. Tell the representative from the Ministry of Finance, Public Work, and LRA, and all are present here to make the day as a unique one. And my sister of political will call on the government of Liberia and also the Excellency George Newman Boakai, and to tell you thank you and for standing by us as we got the master plan. We have a rubber is ensuring that we attended the program at the ministerial complex, and we will work with the government of Liberia to improve the sectors. We are already started that by signing MOU with APROMAX, and we will be able to continue that Liberian farmers and we as the farmers will be able to benefit. And all I have to tell to our farmer here, I am a farmer. I'm a farmer lawmaker. Why I have an interest to come here? Because I'm a farmer. Like I'm leaving from here to right now. After here, I'm going on my farm right here before going back to Monrovia tomorrow. Because agriculture is a bank. I can attest to that. What I was making out of the legislature, I make the same thing on my farm. So nothing I'm missing. So what I have to tell you is that you have to be able to manage your land. Stop playing ceiling. Work with us. We have our technicians on the field. Work with us, and we will be able to work to make you make money. Money is in the soil. The soil is a bank. Thank you.
All right. Our Minister of Agriculture, Alexander Nuta, was here with us. I'm sure he had to run to some other very busy initiatives. But we have a government assistant minister here from the Ministry of Public Works, who actually came to represent Minister Gadings, Roland Gadings, but he happens to be the only government big man here right now. Albert Tokolon, we're about to leave. Thank you. Government of Liberia.
Thank you, Mr. Colley. Again, let me first of all use the time to recognize your efforts. Development starts with information, and you all will agree John is in the vanguard of that. He's always there to inform our people regarding what's happening. So thanks to you and your crew. Good afternoon. My name is Albert Tokolong. I am the Assistant Minister for Community Services at Ministry of Public Works. I was asked by my boss, Honorable Roland Giddens, to come and represent him, by and large, the Ministry of Public Works. We all will agree that the road to development starts with roads.
Yeah.
The road to the rubber farm starts with roads.
Yes.
If the farmers harvest their crops and cannot get any access to the market, that's an issue. We remember one of the things His Excellency President Bouaka is encouraging us is to collaborate across government, across the country, to drive our development agenda. So it's not by mistake that we're here. We're into road infrastructure, but of course the rubber sector, as we all know, is a major contributor to our economy. In fact, when you're looking for a signature crop in Liberia, you think about rubber. So it's no mistake that we're here. I want to say thank you to the organizers of this forum. You have come up with a lot of salient action points, and we'll be happy to see how we can all collaborate to bring all the action points into action. One of the things I wanted to remind Madam President about is that what we're witnessing from the Ivory Coast, I think has come as a result of long-term study and commitment. Commitment on the part of the farmers, commitment on the part of the processors, commitment on the part of the government. It's unfortunate that in our country, we were in the past the first to be considered the highest producer of rubber in the world, but we do not have a laboratory facility that can help us to put, the ideas that can help us to move forward. So as you craft the friendship, the collaboration with the Ivory Coast, be thinking how we can construct our own laboratory facility and bring all the brains together. When I listened to Mr. Allen presenting yesterday, he sounded like one very good professor. We need these people to pass on the knowledge that our country can be sure of. So I want to say thank you so much. The 2 days, I thought we would have even gone beyond this time because the discussions are quite living. They kind of energize all of us. But again, at some point, you have to say, let's stop there. So on behalf of the government, we want to say thank you so much. We want to say thank you to Bond County for hosting. But let's make this action into actions that by the time we meet next time, people can say, yeah, they were in Banga, and this is what come up out of it. Thank you so very much, and we appreciate it.
All right, thank you. So we are now about to close so that we'll go to our various homes after 2 days of real talk here. We have talked. The essence of talking is to do. Y'all let us do it. We are backward. Y'all let work it. We need to work to improve our country. It's nowhere better than this place. Nowhere. Some of us have had very good jobs abroad. Tell you the truth, my $500 here is all right in this country compared to my 5,000 British pounds. Here when I'm eating 500, people can be looking at me. Over there, nobody look at you. Then I'm at home. That's my home here. Let's do good. So, let us all rise now and do the tradition. Take the national anthem for departure. Please take it. No, we didn't say that. National anthem. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Superintendent not here. Oh, the mayor here? No, mayor not here either. That's why. We can't know him, he's not here. He has a proxy? No proxy. I'm not hearing you, sir. Oh, but where you want to stay hungry and go? You had a table over there. Food will be there. Some people will just not stay, but it's there. Huh? After here, the music will be on as the food continue. Yeah, so we want to thank all of you. We finished well in time. The national anthem of Liberia now for departure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Liberia.